MINDSHOK Sports. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. And we are doing our first full live sports stream here. Fight companion, or whatever you want to call it, of MVP Promotions' first MMA card. Ronda Rousey versus GINA CARANO. Nagano versus Linz, and Nate Diaz versus Mike Perry, as well as many others. The prelims are starting in a couple minutes. Those are not on Netflix. You will have to watch that on the MVP YouTube channel. It is completely free. So we'll be going over all the fights as they're happening, and if you want the logical analysis breakdown of Rousey versus Carano, I did that yesterday. It is on the MINDSHOK channel. You can check that out. And of course, we will be obviously analyzing everything in typical MINDSHOK fashion with logic and reason at the forefront, unlike anything else out there. If you want to help support the podcast, you can do it to our PayPal. Check the link in the description. Make sure you're subscribed, like, and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel. That way, questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. Unless you are, of course, with us live, drop in the live chat. I will get to every one of them. Let me just double check the stream health. Give me 30 seconds here. Alright, we should be good. I think that should be good. Okay, so who is with us here? Flat Bob. You missed our stream yesterday, and I did get your email about the gym fails. I'll definitely go over that on the next regular live Q&A. Welcome, Scott Hawkins. I hope the MMA fighter that was in here yesterday, a lot of very good insight, former judoka and MMA fighter with a winning record, had some insight into Ronda the Fraud Rousey. But after rewatching Rousey vs. Home, I mean, it really seems like this is going to be an absolute blowout. An absolute blowout. Because I would say GINA CARANO is a better grappler than Holly, but even if you say they're equal, I mean, Holly had zero trouble with Rousey in the clinch or on the ground. Like, absolutely zero. I mean, it was like a big sister beating up little sister. Wasn't even close. I mean, it was almost like an adult beating up a redheaded stepchild. Just, I mean, actually, you know what? The redhead stepchild might put up more resistance than Ronda did in that fight. So yeah. It will definitely be a finish, I guess. So who's watching this right now on the MVP live stream? It's kind of there's less than 10,000 people watching this. Now, obviously, not a lot. Okay, wow, it just jumped to 11,500 in 1 second. But even still, okay, now it's jumping to 13,000. Okay, all right. But if they're trying to get millions of views for the main event, I mean, prelims are kind of a bunch of nobodies. But you know what's kind of crazy, though, is that either one of them... And I also rewatched the GINA Carano versus Cyborg fight. Everybody should rewatch that. As someone who only watched the full fight... I mean, I've watched the last 10, 20 seconds, maybe, a couple times in highlights. But, yeah, the full fight. Watch the full fight. GINA Carano might be one of the most durable female fighters ever. She took an absolute beating. Was still going... And I would say it was an early stoppage. It wasn't incredibly egregious, but she was intelligently defending herself with her arms covering her face pretty well. So, yeah, I mean, and I also kind of pointed out, I mean, there have been fighters who refuse to tap to the armbar, because Rousey's a one-trick pony. So, but even if she gets an armbar position... GINA might not tap. She might try to roll out of it, dislocate the elbow or the shoulder, and keep fighting. Who was surprised to see Cain Velasquez on the broadcasting team yesterday? So he just got out of jail, right? That was a pretty crazy story. Yeah, I've never heard of any of the... I don't think I've heard of any of these people on the prelims. Chris Avila versus Brandon Jenkins. Anybody got any predictions on any of these fights? Some things are just a mystery in life. Like how Ronda Rousey has any fans. I also didn't really understand the rise to fame of the Diaz brothers. They were these kind of like wigger type characters with zero power. I mean, they would hit people hundreds of times and people still wouldn't go down. I mean, eventually they would just overwhelm. the triathlon method of, you know, even if you get hit by a little girl like thousands and thousands of times, the cumulative damage might put you away. I don't know. Anybody in the chat have any thoughts on the actual fights? Hopefully these fights are pretty exciting and nothing goes to decision. Welcome, CJ. CJ says, I'm a winner. Any predictions on the actual fights? I hope our new friend, the MMA fighter, will show up for the stream tonight. He had some really good insight. Really incredible insight. Alright, now there's almost 50,000 people watching. So, potentially the main event might get a few million then at this rate. Brandon Jenkins is 16-11, 11 KOs, 3 subs. That's not a great record. 16-11. I mean, he's almost got a 50-50 record, and he still looks pretty young. I mean, that's kind of crazy. How's he still fighting? Welcome, Sarah Catherine. I think Sarah was here for part of the stream yesterday. Are you an avid MMA watcher, Sarah? I think you mentioned you have trouble lifting a gallon. Never too late to get in decent shape. Alright. Neither one of these fighters looks very impressive at all. The venue looks kind of weird, too. So in the background, it looks like all the seats are empty. There's just a couple people so far. So apparently this is some kind of Nate Diaz affiliated fighter. The guy's almost got a 50-50 record though. Or Jenkins does. I forgot what Avila's record was there. These guys do not look too good at all. Or Avila is the Diaz affiliated fighter. He's got that look. That zero power look. Man, these guys are slow and sloppy. These guys are pro fighters? Wow. I miss the days of Pride FC explosiveness. Or even early UFC explosiveness. Like, people came to fight. Now it looks like people just come to spar. It's like glorified sparring. I mean, they kind of look like they're trying to win. They just don't have a lot of skills. I mean, I think the attitude of just going to decision is, like, acceptable to people. In Pride FC, it looked like the guys would rather die than go to a decision. That's just what it looked like. They should be docked 80% of their pay if it goes to decision. You think that would do it? You think that would do it? I think we'd see some more exciting fights. How about 100% of their pay? They don't get paid. Neither guy gets paid if the fight goes to decision. We would see a lot more exciting fights, wouldn't we? Or actually, furthermore, not only not get paid, they should get fined. They should get fined. Each guy gets fined if the fight goes to decision. The fine amount should be the exact amount of pay they get if it doesn't go to decision. That's how to solve the excitement factor of MMA, which has been trending down quite a bit. I mean, back when Brock Lesnar was like a heavyweight, everybody was talking about MMA. Viewership has definitely gone down, although there's almost 70,000 people watching this now. CJ says, you think you could take Mark Zuckerberg in MMA? Well, I could. But I'm not a small, scrawny guy. But I think the Mark Zuckerberg of today would, obviously beat up the Mark Zuckerberg of yesteryear. Well, yeah, Mark Zuckerberg probably could beat, like, the absolute bottom-ranked guys in his weight class, maybe. Like, maybe. The absolute bottom ranks. Because he's got the money behind all his training, nutrition, whatever performance-enhancing drugs he's on. Whereas the broke fighters at the bottom of his weight class rankings might not. I think people would pay to watch Zuckerberg get beat up, though. They should put Zuckerberg in there with Brock Lesnar. That'd be a good fight. Or Prime Overeem. Prime Crow Cop. Yeah, this fight's boring. I mean, they're punching each other, but there's just no technique or skill on display whatsoever here. And neither one of these guys looks like they're in great shape either. They're both flabby. A crescendo of strikes, says the announcer. I mean, this Taekwondo guy's got some decent elbows and spinning back kicks and stuff, but his punches are not great. Highly telegraphed, slow, sloppy. Not impressive at all. But 80,000 people watching. Alright, let me catch up on some chats here. Flat Bob says, sorry, I was puking. Why were you puking? Flat Bob says, someone will win. That much I'm confident of. Hey, man, there could be a draw or some kind of no contest situation. Don't be too confident of that. Sarah says, it's really hard for me to lift anything heavy. I don't know why. Well, gotta get in shape. Could also look into serapeptase natacones to improve blood vessel health, just to get better blood flow. CJ says, I don't know, I don't think it's a good idea to punch people. You might hurt them. Better to learn how to run really fast, right? Well, what if you end up cornered? I mean, definitely, you should definitely learn how to run really fast. That will probably serve you better in life than knowing how to fight. But knowing how to fight is also beneficial, because there could be certain situations, not that they're guaranteed to happen, but they could occur. Or if you might need to help somebody else who can't run fast, like an old lady. So there might be life situations where running is not an option for whatever reason. Man, this fight's pretty bad. It's almost entertaining how bad it is. I gotta... 86,000 people watching. But get comfortable. I mean, this is gonna be a long event. Main card doesn't start till, I don't think, 9 p.m. or something like that. But it's kind of hard to imagine Nagano or the Carano Rousey fight going too long, so I don't know, it might be all over quick if Diaz Perry doesn't go too long. But this fight is pretty bad. Flat Bob says, I've been drinking, Bruce. I'm confident. You're confident there will not be it will not be a no contest. Flat Bob says, I might be passed out at 9 p.m. CJ says, I can only run for a little while, then I get out of breath. Man, we all got to get in better shape here. I mean, I'm not in horrible shape, but I could be in better shape as well. I used to be pretty focused on cardio, but then I wasn't as strong. Then focusing more on strength and not on cardio. Can't really run as far as I used to. Obviously, both would be good. But the older you are, you really got to watch that cortisol to increase your fat burn. That's why dieting doesn't really work for people with high cortisol, because restricting calories just gets your cortisol higher, even, and then working out gets it even higher. So you're not really burning fat. Eventually it should resolve, though. Like, if you do it long enough. Just be prepared for, up to a 6-month or even a year stall of not much progress while your metabolism resets. I think a lot of people quit in that reset phase, especially if their hormones are out of whack. And the stream is already out. First event ever, and the stream cuts out. 95,000 people. Oh, it's back. All right. I wonder how many glitches there are going to be in the stream tonight. One would think, multi-billion-dollar Google has prepared for the amount of viewers here. What's the most amount of people watching a live stream on YouTube ever? I don't know. I mean, some of those big events, like presidential speeches, I was pretty sure it was over 1 million. Couple million. Oh, wow. He looks like he jacked up his leg right there. Jenkins did. I think Jenkins is the guy with the tattoos. Man, these guys are sloppy. This is not impressive at all. Man, this is a pretty bad fight. This is definitely one of the worst fights I've ever seen. I mean, it's just terrible. Maybe not the absolute worst. There have been some real bad ones where there was no action at all. At least these guys are throwing. Jenkins is just throwing that leg kick. Avila is mostly just throwing random drunken punches. It's almost like a video game where they're just spamming the same attack, hoping to eventually wear their opponent's health bar down. Ooh! Avila hit him with some nice punches. Like 3 or 4 in a row. But they're both like pillow fists. Neither one of them really has power. Flat Bob says, I'm confident there will be a no contest. You mean there won't be a no contest? There's no money in that? Well, yeah, if you're assuming none of this is legit, which I don't know. I'm not saying it is or it isn't, but CJ says, I haven't done long running since I was a kid. Flat Bob says, it's probably an AI fight. I'm not sure. Well, what do you mean by that? I mean, there's a live audience. I know people going to the fight. CJ says, we used to run a lot when we were kids. We would knock on doors and then run away. Yeah, that's why kids generally have a much better metabolism. So they can eat a lot of candy and garbage and still stay pretty lean. Because you're kind of running all out almost every day. Either just playing around, playing tag, running from dogs, running from people. You're kind of going high intensity multiple times a day, and the metabolism is healthy enough to handle that. So this guy did boxing for a little bit. Foray into the sweet science. There's no way he was a pro. Maybe even amateur boxing. This guy's so sloppy. I mean, this is just a horrible fight. I mean, if they had some power, it would have already been over. But neither one of these guys has any kind of power. Both these guys aren't great defensively either in any way. I wonder how much these guys are getting paid. Three and a half minutes left, just over 3.5 minutes left in this fight. Not an impressive way to start the event. Over 111,000 people watching now. That's kind of impressive for the prelims. I wonder if there are going to be a couple million viewers for the main event. Under 3 minutes left here. Yeah, I really miss Pride FC, Japanese MMA. Highly skilled fighters going high intensity. And yeah, sometimes on Pride rules, the first round was 10 minutes, second round 5 minutes. And if the fight was close, they wouldn't declare a draw. They would make them fight another round. They would make them fight another 5-minute round. So the guys were in pretty decent shape. These scrubs, not so much. Not so much. I mean, it's kind of weird. It's like their cardio is not that horrible. But that's because it looks like they're just been paid. They just go so low intensity the whole fight. Almost as if just to conserve their cardio instead of put on a good fight and try to finish it early. And that seems to be what most people do. And that's why so many fights are so boring now. They're just trying to rack up as many points as possible while maintaining cardio should the fight go to decision, which a lot of times it does, because neither fighter is going 100%. Less than 90 seconds left. Jenkins actually is picking up the pace here. Because if he's got more cardio in the tank than he thought, might as well empty it now. Decent punch there. These guys are so pillow-fisted. Because they're hitting each other. Their defense, both guys have terrible defense. So they're landing so many shots. But it's just not doing much on either guy. What a terrible fight. Mauro Ranallo really doing the hype job, saying it's a terrific way to usher in a new era. This is a terrible fight. Like a pillow-fisted slop fest. Going to decision most likely, 25 seconds left. 20 seconds left. I mean, this is just pathetic. The only worst way to start off an event is if neither guy does anything and they just kind of circle for the whole fight. That's the only way to make a worse fight than this. 5 seconds. 2 spinning hook kicks in a row. I'm not sure I've seen that before. Neither one landed. Yeah, this is not very good. CJ says, I ran from the cops once, almost killed over... You mean keeled over from losing my breath and throwing up because I was drunk? Flat Bob says, the audience may be AI. CJ says, we would play Catch the Fugitive. Everybody tries to get one guy. Flat Bob asks, you ever watch Bear BKFC? You're talking about Bear, is that Bare Knuckle? A while ago, like when it first started. I haven't watched anything recent. There's also wait, you talking about Bare Knuckle Boxing or Bare Knuckle MMA? I have not watched the Bare Knuckle MMA. Is that, what's his face? I forgot the guy's name. That former or possibly current UFC fighter? Is that his promotion or something? Almost 130,000 people watching the stream. The MVP stream. I don't even care who won this. It was so bad. So, you mean MMA? Bare knuckle fighting? Yeah, I have not watched that. Definitely should check that out. Maybe we'll do a live stream on that. I mean, I have watched the bare knuckle, like Val Tudo, way back in the day. And some of the European promotions, like Igor Vovchanchin. He used to fight bare knuckle MMA. I think it was practically no rules, like headbutts were allowed. I think biting was the only thing not allowed. I'm not even 100% sure if eye gouging was banned. I think biting might have been the only thing banned in some of those early European MMA promotions. The new bare knuckle MMA, that's like standard MMA rules, right? Just no gloves. Split decision. Seriously? Brandon Jenkins' nickname is the human highlight reel? There's nothing highlight reel about that fight. Just pillow attacks. No power. This is weird. Like, the arena's almost empty. I mean, I know that's kind of common in, like, large arenas for UFCs. Unless it's, like, I don't know, some of the bigger events, people do get there early. So Jenkins wins that one. Imagine he threw 264 strikes. Imagine not being able to finish your opponent with 264 strikes thrown. Okay, he only landed 130. That's pretty terrible, too. Not great accuracy. So you hit your opponent 130 times with a combination of punches, elbows, kicks, knees, whatever, and you can't put him away? 130 strikes? Yeah, that's wild. Should you be a pro fighter? CJ says, pretty much everything that it's illegal to do, I've seen them do in real life. Wait, seen who? Flat Bob asks, have you ever watched car fighting? I saw a clip of that, like, a while ago, but is that like an actual official sanctioned organization, or is that just, I don't know, I just saw like a little clip from that. It's kind of funny. CJ said, I saw a guy put a cigar in a guy's eyeball and start fighting. You mean, like, out in the real world? In, like, bars or on the street? That'd be crazy to see in, like, an arena. For, like, a no-holds-barred fight, you bring a cigar. I'm pretty sure there's a no-weapon rule, but that would be funny. Is a cigar a weapon? Okay, next up are two women. One of them has a record of 2-2. The other one 3-2. Wow. These are the, I mean, why is this on the card? Imagine having a record of 2-2 and fighting on some kind of huge card. That's crazy. The woman can get away with that. Has anybody ever seen a man who was 2-2 fight on some big card? Except maybe like CM Punk or somebody who was like super famous already. Flat Pop says, if I hit 130 times and I don't kill them, I'll know I'm fighting the devil. Or you have pillow fists and pillow feet. I don't know. CJ says, yeah, in the real world they'd be arguing. He jabbed it right in his eyeball and then started fighting. Alright, now we're gonna watch women fight. They have records 2-2 and 3-2. I mean, that's wild. I mean, unless they're like world champion in another style. Are they? Do I need to check this? I think they would have mentioned it if they were. She's got a neck tattoo. Okay, so it says she does bare knuckle. She's got a Canadian flag, Canadian leaf. Okay, bare knuckle boxing. Transition to MMA. Okay, I guess that kind of sort of makes a little more sense, especially if she has some kind of audience. If she's known for bare knuckle boxing. Wonder what her bare knuckle boxing record is. Let's check this out. So she's 4-2 in BKFC, 3-2 in MMA for some reason. There's some of those amateur. No, it says professional. She was a 1-1 amateur. Yeah, so it looks like she doesn't have much of a record. She's just coming off a loss in BKFC. Flat Bob says Pillow Devil. That should be the nick. That should have been the previous guy's nickname, the Pillow Devil. Oh man. I like how the announcers say she's been working very hard on her grappling. They've been working hard. Was she expected not to be working hard as a professional fighter? Can you guys hear the audio of the stream or no? I'm watching the stream on on the MVP's channel. Pillow Devil, man, flat Bob. know how you don't crack yourself up a lot more. You're way funnier than any of these, like, frauds like Joe Rogan. I mean, their comedy's not even comedy, and it sounds like you're not even trying. You're just kind of, like, riffing with some comments, but they're pretty funny. Man, 2-2, and you're fighting on, like, a huge card. I mean, that's crazy. 2-2. Oh, man. I mean, if you lost to some world beaters, I know in Pride there were guys making debuts and fighting like Fader and Crocop. And if you lost to the two of them, okay, maybe you might still be good, obviously. But somehow I doubt she fought the cream of the crop. Says she's got a kickboxing record, so Aline Pereira. Let me check her kickboxing record. £130. And the stream is glitchy already. Almost 150,000 people watching. Man. So Aline Pereira is 6-2 in kickboxing. Coming off a loss in 2021. So yeah, not much. She's 3-0 in karate combat. What is it with MMA fighters and tattoos? Almost all of them are all tatted up. Like pirates. Or bikers. How did tattoo culture get into the supposedly honorable martial arts? Mara Ranella is talking about Rampage slamming Arona. What the heck? If she actually does it, that'd be crazy, but what a weird thing to say in a fight with people with records of 2-2 and 3-2. Meanwhile, Rampage, Jackson, and Arona were like top 5 guys. This fight's kind of boring, too. Not an impressive event thus far. Not impressive at all. Oh, wow, the referee stood him up. Didn't see that coming. They were both actually somewhat active. Obviously, the greatest ref of all time is Pride FC ref Yuji Shimada. That guy didn't stop nothing, unless it was really over. And that guy stood people up quick. like 3-4 seconds and nothing, you're up. Decent hook. Masan Wong from Montana. Interesting name. I don't know if this fight was better than the previous fight. They definitely threw and landed less shots. So we can't even really tell if they're pillow-fisted. They might be. But definitely no flashy kicks. "20 seconds left in the first round. Yeah, what does everybody think of my idea? If it goes to decision, either you don't get paid at all, 100% purse forfeit, and or a fine for the amount you were contracted to get paid if it doesn't go to decision. That would solve the excitement problem right quick. Now they got interpreters for the corner. I don't remember that. Huh, that's interesting. They got interpreters for the corner. Yeah, they're still pretty pillow-fisted and pillow-elbowed. She landed like 1 or 2 elbows on the ground, Wong did. Didn't really do anything. Is it just me, or just, like, MMA looks worse than ever before? Like, random nobodies used to put on super exciting technical fights back in the day. Haven't seen one of those in a real long time. Yeah, this fight's pretty boring too. I am not impressed with this event thus far. I am not impressed at all. Is anybody else watching this impressed? This is not very impressive at all. Pereira looks pretty tall, but she's not really using the range at all. She should be doing like a lot of kicks. Front kick, side kick, back kick, low kick. She just missed a low kick there, but I mean, whatever coach is thinking, I mean, I don't know. This is crazy. Like, she wants to get into boxing range with a bare knuckle boxer. Like, why not just kick? She's supposedly a kickboxer. Karate in the karate combat. Like, I mean, I don't know. Like, she doesn't look that unathletic. I mean, she looks more athletic than Ronda Rousey. I mean, who doesn't? But yeah, like, where's the coaching? Where's just the basic fight IQ? It's weird. I don't know. Like, are most MMA coaches incompetent? I wouldn't think so. I mean, I've watched a lot of training. I used to watch a lot more interviews with them. They seem competent, and yet you have a kickboxer karate combat individual just trying to throw punches with a bare knuckle boxer who looks like she has decent power, but like, other than a couple low kicks, I mean, where's the front kicks, round kicks, back kicks, hook kicks, axe kicks? Nothing. Okay, there was a body kick. That's one. Just seems like really terrible fight IQ. Okay, there's another one, finally. Should have been doing that the whole time, both rounds. And using it to set up a high kick. Crow Cop used to do that all the time. He'd go so many low kicks and kicks to the body, then he would go to the head. Once their ribs were so bruised up, they really didn't want to take another rib shot, so they'd go to block the rib shot, and Crow Cop would kick him right in the temple. Right leg hospital, left leg cemetery. She might have the tools to, I mean, obviously not do it like Crow Cop, but do it to some extent, but she's not even trying. She's just getting way too close and punching. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Not a logical approach to this fight. Like, why would you not try to use a smart strategy? I mean, if you're drunk in a bar, yeah, maybe, but you're in a pro fight. She just got taken down, got her back taken. See what happens here, if she's able to secure a submission. Hopefully she is. I don't want to keep watching this fight. 55 seconds left in the second round. What does that emoji mean, Sarah Catherine? Well, I don't know what that emoji means. 30 seconds left here in this so-called fight. She just got full mount. Fight should be over right here. 25 seconds to rain down some elbows or something. And there's a scramble. And she's up. Why would she try to take down? Five seconds left. Man, is this one gonna go to decision too? We're gonna have two pillow fights to decision? Man. Not impressive at all. Not impressive at all. Final round here. Hopefully, oh man. Hopefully this fight ends soon. I just, this is not good. Sarah says, "Oh, the kitty. I just thought it was cute." No, not the kitten jumping out of the box. That's funny. The second emoji, the face emoji of, I don't know, those eyes closed. I can't tell what that emoji is. I think that their striking might actually be slightly more technical than the guys who just fought. But they're pillow-fisted and pillow-footed nonetheless. Yeah, this fight is not good. They definitely should be docked full pay if the fight goes to decision. That would solve so many problems. Man, this fight's boring. This round's the worst one yet. And they don't even look that tired. Sarah says, oh, it's because I have never seen an MMA fight before. Really? Wow. Wow. I mean, I'm not surprised if you haven't seen one recently, but what was it? Somewhere around 2010, when it was like super height of popularity, it was playing everywhere. Not just at like bars or restaurants, it was playing on random screens out in the street everywhere. It was super popular. Maybe even like 2008 or 2007, all the way through, I don't know, 2011, 2012, somewhere there. It was just so popular. Seemingly not so much the past couple of years. There were a lot of bigger stars back then. Now it's just a bunch of randos nobody's ever heard of. And also, it just got so oversaturated because there's so many events. There's an event almost every weekend, where back in the day, it would be once a month, and maybe not even. Like, once every other month, there'd be a huge event. So there'd be a lot of build-up for it. Alright. Wong just landed a couple big shots, but seemingly just absolutely pillow-fisted. Pereira is completely unaffected by those shots. Completely unaffected. About a minute 20 seconds left for this travesty. I don't even know which fight was worse, this one or the previous. These girls are more seem to be a little bit more technical than the guys, but not by much. But they're all just pillow-fisted, pillow-kneed. Exchanging a couple knees in the clinch here. There's just, yeah, it's just boring. Call me crazy. It's just boring. Where's the raw explosive power? I mean, obviously Ronda Rousey's the greatest fraud in combat sports, but even the greatest fraud, her fights were at least kind of exciting, right? Like, she's either finishing somebody or getting finished. It's not a long, drawn-out process. Flat Bob says, I ordered pizza. Hopefully I'll be awake when they get here. Man, I haven't had pizza in such a long time. Wow, Pereira swung so hard she knocked herself down to a knee by missing so hard. Reminiscent of Ronda Rousey and Holly Holm. This one wasn't quite as embarrassing, but... And there's the fight. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know who I would give that fight to. It was so bad. I guess whatever the numbers say, whoever landed the most, but... There was just nothing impressive from either one of them. I think Pereira landed the volume and Wong might have landed the harder shots, so that's a tough scoring. But Wong, I think... Did she get one or two takedowns? And then Pereira had that one reversal, so... Yeah, kind of hard to... Yeah, she had some... Yeah, Pereira had some counters, too, so... How much do you value going for a submission to end the fight? Because in Pride FC, that was major points. And Wong had that one submission attempt. I might even I don't give a draw a lot. I might give this one a draw. It was so bad. I can't really tell who edged, who got the edge here. Yeah, I'd probably go for Wong just because she did have a couple of hard shots and takedowns and submission attempt to end the fight. So, probably. Flat Bob says, you mean pillow deviling. Yeah, I might have to lean Wong, but I don't know. It's so bad, who even cares? This is tough. I mean, Pereira should have definitely won if she had used more of her range and kicked a lot more. She could have easily won that on points, at least, even if not a finish. But it's such a close fight now. Glad I didn't bet on that one, though. I've never bet on any fight. One judge gave Wong all 3 rounds. Split decision again? Wow, that's weird. Pereira won. 2 out of 3 judge gave her 2 out of 3 rounds. And the judge that gave it for Wong gave Wong all 3 rounds. That's some bonker scoring right there. Yeah, there's a lot of problems with MMA judging, and always were. Always was a field with a lot of issues. So, wow, Pereira actually did throw more and landed more. 173, 61 landed. But it doesn't say, it doesn't have the takedown, so that was the striking. Punches, Wong outlanded her by punches. Pereira landed the K, and they didn't put up the stats for takedowns or submission or ground control, which is weird. The UFC, they put up those stats, kind of important for scoring a fight. Does anybody know any of these other fighters? Magoyan Morales, Jackson Crichton, Moraes, Nakuda, and Fazil Babian. Those are the remaining prelims. It's kind of hard to believe the fights will be less exciting than these first 2 split decisions. But let's see, 145, that's usually a pretty good weight class for the guys. Cardio is usually pretty decent in that weight class. Alright, here's some records. 8-1. Magoyan's 8-1. Morales is 19-10. So, wrestler versus striker. This one might actually be decent. On paper, it looks like it could potentially be a decent fight. We'll see if it lives up to it. Nobody commented on my idea for super exciting fights. Just dock them the full pay if it goes to decision. Flat Bob says, onions, peppers, and jalapeno for me. I don't think I've ever done that combination. Alright, hopefully this fight will be at least semi-exciting. Because these guys at least have some experience. Maybe they'll at least display some kind of fight IQ. So this guy served a year in prison. Okay, maybe he's an exciting fighter. So this guy that was in prison for a year says he's ready to bring violence and redemption. This is funny. Flap Bob says, on paper, it looks like a devil pillow fight. I don't know about that. These guys have some experience. 140, the 140, the 145-pound weight class is kind of known for being pretty exciting. Obviously, plenty of exceptions, but seems like 170, 185 have the most boring fights for the guys. I don't know, what is atom weight? Is that 125-ish? Some of those fights are weird because those guys have no power. Which is weird because they're fighting a smaller guy. You'd think they'd be able to take him out, but yeah. I think statistically those have less finishes. And the heavier the weight, the more likely you finish. Obviously, plenty of pillow-fisted exceptions as well. GSP could barely finish anybody. In the 170 range. Is this background music Gangsta's Paradise? I can't tell. Volume's a little low. So it's a hexagon instead of an octagon. Interesting. I always thought the ring was a lot more official. Because a cage just seems so, I don't know, animalistic. But the ring, I mean, the prestige of the ring from boxing and kickboxing. I mean, obviously there are some issues with the ring in MMA because people sliding under the ropes. But they could put like some kind of mesh net in between the ropes, only going as high as the top rope. There are ways they could deal with that. In Pride FC, they just kind of paused and restarted the action in the middle of the ring. But sometimes it was tough to get in the exact same position because the ref had to put him in the exact same position, and that's not ideal. So I think like a mesh net amongst the ropes would be ideal, but not going higher than the top rope. Austin MP says, I'm going to make some ribeyes and bet on Nate Diaz like an American. Sarah says, I had some tomato soup earlier. That's a lot healthier than pizza. Ribeyes as well. Unless you're frying them. And using seed oils. They gotta speed up some of this going to the ring process, or to the cage process as well. If it was like more of a snappier event, it would keep the pace up. Keep the excitement up. Except for the main event. The main event, like, that could build the excitement. But for the no-names, you know, let's keep the event moving. They should have stacked this card way more. I mean, this is the inaugural MVP MMA card. They should have definitely stacked it way better. That was the other awesome thing about Pride FC cards. And some UFC cards. They were so stacked top to bottom. Like, every fight had named fighters. But then again, they didn't have events every week. Or every other week. So this guy's 8-1. Magoyan's 8-1, 5 KOs, 1 submission. Not bad. What? His nickname is Son of God. That, wow. That's a crazy nickname. The Son of God. I mean, technically, everybody's the son, if we're all God's children, but that's a weird nickname. Alright, let's see what happens. These guys look pretty intense. They look in pretty good shape, too. Maybe they actually bring some excitement on, like, the first 2 fights. So these guys did not touch gloves. That's interesting. They look pretty quick. They look pretty quick. Some feinting going on. From the way they're moving, these guys actually look like they could be pretty skilled. Ooh, hard shot. Another hard shot. Magoyan landed 2 hard punches and a low kick. Footwork looks decent too. See what the Son of God can do. Does he have God on his side with that nickname? Although apparently it didn't help with his 1 loss. If that loss is legitimate, I didn't double check. There was some kind of shady loss, I don't know. Some kind of shady man-made loss. Ooh, another nice right hand. Morales doesn't look bad either. I mean, his footwork's okay. His punches are okay. Decent front kick right there. It's probably just... This fight's pretty decent so far. Definitely best fight of the card so far. 3 minutes left in the first round. Morales with a low kick, 2 low kicks. Body kick blocked. Ooh, Magoyan's just waiting for these solid shots loading up and landing. And there's a shoot from Magoyan, gets the takedown. Alright, he's dominating this round. Easy 10-9, possible 10-8 round. Morales landing some elbows from the bottom. This fight's definitely more exciting than the previous two. These guys are decently skilled, at minimum. He's in full guard. Magoyan in full guard. Morales looks like he's trying to set up a triangle. Magoyan's not having it. Morales has some elbows from the bottom, not too bad. Magoyan back to full guard. But so far, Magoyan dominating the fight pretty easily. I would go 10-9 at this point. Morales landed some shots from the bottom. At this pace, it looks like it is going to go to the second round, but if they're going to run out of steam, it might get a little worse, but it's hoping to be a finish, quicker finish. Magoyan was being very cautious, and taking his time landing some of those shots, but still landing some ground and pound. Couple of solid rights there. 45 seconds left. Morales still looking for a submission here. Trying to get the guard real high to wrap his legs. Man, I think Morales might be landing more from the bottom than Magoyan from the top. But obviously, Magoyan's controlling the fight. Solid elbow from the top. Another solid elbow. It's kind of hard to score more points from the bottom than the top. Unless you're extremely active and the guy on the top is not extremely active. Rarely happens. But yeah, this looks like it's going to the second round. Let's see how good these guys' conditioning levels are. Magoyan actually still looks pretty fresh. Morales looks a little tired from trying to really throw up those desperate submissions from the bottom. Austin says, I'm going to cook as quick as I can, then I'll be able to watch. I got Francis, Ronda, and my boy Nate. You got Ronda? How the heck do you have Ronda? Oh, man. I mean, obviously, barring some kind of weird, flukish scramble situation. But after watching Ronda and Cyborg again, I'm not sure Gina would even tap. I don't think Gina would tap even if Ronda got the armbar. She takes the elbow or shoulder dislocation, keeps fighting, and wins. And Holly Holm was easily able to control Ronda in the clinch and on the ground. They weren't on the ground too long, but I mean, Holly controlled her easily. Zero danger. Didn't even really struggle. And then, I mean, Holly gave her so much respect. I don't think Gina's going to give her that level of respect. So I think Gina's going to finish her inside the first round. Possibly inside the first half of the first round, depending on the pace. Round 2 opens here. Magoyan's a pretty decent fighter, I have to say. I'm kind of impressed with him, especially after the last 2 fights of all those scrubs. Morales isn't that impressive, but he's not terrible either. He does not look like a scrub. So it actually shows Morales landed more shots than Magoyan in the first round, but Magoyan landed the harder shots, no question. Wow, they both just exchanged hard shots right there. Yeah, Magoyan's composed, and it looks like his cardio's decent, whereas Morales looks like he is getting a little tired and trying to cover that up by moving forward and throwing more. Like, the composure on Magoyan is pretty impressive. Now, obviously, the more composed fighter doesn't always win, but Magoyan has the back, drags him down to the ground. So at this point, you'd have to give him this round so far. 3:30 left in the round. Morales able to get back to his feet. And Magoyan pulls him back down. Again. Was that the second or third time he pulled him down? So he is controlling this fight, no question. It is getting a little bit more boring, though, unfortunately. So now they're a little bit sweatier too, so Morales is going to have a little bit harder time locking a triangle, but he's doing some up kicks here. But Magoyan is controlling the fight pretty easily. Now he's got his back again. I don't know why he's not, like, landing hard shots here. I mean, is he really... It drags him to the ground again. That's like the third or fourth, maybe even fifth drag down. Morales looks like he's going for that triangle. Nope. Couldn't get it. Yeah, this third round, Magoyan's probably... If it goes to the third round, Magoyan's definitely going to have the advantage cardio-wise. Because Morales, the guy on the bottom, is just having to carry the weight while expending a lot of energy in all those submission attempts. But the excitement is definitely fading, turning into a more boring fight, but boring with skills as opposed to without skills with the previous two fights. Aaron Crypt says combined age of Ronda and Gina is 85. Well, the only thing that really matters is metabolic age. And Carano apparently improved hers quite a bit. Austin says, I think Ronda is a better grappler. Holm had great takedown defense. Gina's takedown defense is really good, too. Did you watch the Cyborg fight? I think Cyborg is stronger than Ronda. Cyborg got a purple belt in jiu-jitsu, and Gina actually took her down and defended until she absorbed a certain amount of punishment via strikes, which Ronda is incapable of amassing against Gina, so... Because Ronda can't strike. So, yeah, watch the Holly Holm... When's the last time you watched the Holly Holm fight? Watch the Holly Holm fight and then the Gina Cyborg fight. Watch those two fights. I don't see how anybody can give Ronda even... Unless you're, going for that Hail Mary, some kind of weird fluke scramble situation. It is a fight. Anything can happen. But barring any kind of fluke scramble... It's like 99% chance Gina's going to win. That was not a given based on how long she's been out, but based on once you watch the open workout footage from yesterday, it's either yesterday or the day before, Gina's looking really good. Ronda looks a little better than she has in the past, but a little better than garbage isn't much. Everybody knows she's a one-trick pony with the armbar. I think Gina's a better grappler than Holly. Now, Holly might be a little bit stronger than Gina. I'm not sure, actually. Gina's big. Gina's 5'8", just like Holly. Ronda's listed as 5'7", but she looks at least 2 inches shorter than both Gina and Holly if you watch all their face-offs. Ronda's not going to be able to bully Gina the same way she couldn't bully Holly. And Amanda's got crazy power. Amanda's probably got more power than Gina, but we don't even have to consider that fight. Just the Holly and Cyborg fights are all you need to know. Flap Bob says the Goyim is what cracks me up. What do you mean? In what? Alright, here's the final round here. At least they got some good fighters for this. I mean, we had to get to the third fight to get some decent fighters on this card. Never seen either one of these guys fight. They're both pretty decent. But Magoyan is looking pretty good, and his composure is impressive. Two extra punches landed, ducked under a punch, and took down Morales again. Just dominating this fight. Probably won both the first 2 rounds, and he's winning this round so far, so if this goes to decision, he's probably going to take it. Ooh, nice knee to the head from Magoyan, and he takes down Morales yet again. Morales able to get back up, though. Oh, and looks like he rolled for a knee bar. Whoa, not bad. All right, we got some excitement here. Going for some up kicks. Magoyan ducks under. Gets back on top. Some kind of half guard scramble here. All right, we got some excitement here. All right, this fight is actually decent. Finally, we got some decency. We got some decency in this event. Some decent skills being displayed. Three and a half minutes left here. Well, I'm now somewhat of a fan of Magoyan. Pretty decent. Pretty decent. They're slowing down now. The Fallen Slaves us all, says Cyborg has the most femininity. Oh, you are a funny individual. Cyborg's pretty good, though. Definitely make a case she's the best. She's the greatest of all time. Shevchenko, Megumi Fuji, all contenders. Ronda obviously not a contender, probably not even top 20. Probably would be defeated by quite a bit of individuals in lower weight classes. Like any of the full-time fighters that are decent strikers with decent ground game and decent armbar defense. Another takedown from Magoyan. Yeah, he's got this fight won on points easily. Easily. See, again, if my rule of if it goes to decision, you get your entire purse taken away, docked your entire purse, Magoyan would be trying to finish even harder. Another takedown from Magoyan. I mean, just absolute ground control, absolute grappling control domination here. Seven out of 8 takedowns here. Less than 2 minutes left in the fight. He's on top yet again. Half guard. And it looks like Morales might be going for a Kimura. Or something. No, not anymore. Full guard. Morales punching Magoyan under the arm a little bit. I don't know why people don't punch to the armpit more. I think Jean-Claude Van Damme did that in 1 or 2 movies. That hurts really bad. Like, it's not illegal. Why do guys not punch the armpit more? That is extremely unpleasant. Flat Bob says the Goyim is what you... Oh, the guy's name? Magoyan. With an N. Magoyan. Oh, he's got full mount. Full mount. Oh, back to half guard. Almost 220,000 people watching so far. So yeah, I mean, hyped event. I don't know if those are mostly bots. Kind of Operation Jake Paul's running, but maybe not. They did a decent amount of advertising here. And there's a lot of goofs, noobs as they were called, who actually think Ronda Rousey's good. Or some kind of legend or something. Hilarious. Greatest fraud in combat sports. But it definitely got eyeballs on this event. Magoyan has the back. Hooks locked in. Going for the choke. 20 seconds left. If he finishes this, I gotta give him a lot of credit because he's winning the fight handily. 17 seconds, 16 seconds. Combination neck crank choke. Oh, it looks like he's not gonna get it. Back to full mount. 10 seconds left. Pounding away. Fair play to Magoyan for actually trying to finish the fight when he didn't have to. With the 20 seconds. Yeah, Magoyan's a decent fighter. You know, not absolutely spectacular, but a very solid fighter here. And this was a decent fight. Went to decision, which, could have been more exciting. But at least, yeah, both the guys are pretty skilled. Magoyan's composure, actually very impressive. More impressive than his skills. It is not easy to be composed in a fight. Where's our MMA fighter from yesterday? Unfortunately, not in the chat right now. Could have definitely offered some very astute commentary. But yeah, this is a blowout. That last round might have been 10. That last round was definitely 10-8. But they usually just score at 10-9 regardless. Might even make enough. Yeah, he didn't do enough damage for a 10-7, but it was a 10-8. Just complete domination that last round. 2 10-9s, last round 10-8. So, yeah, I'd score at 30-26 for Magoyan. Probably will be 30-27 though. They also gotta announce these decisions faster, keep the pace going. Oh wow, there's a 30-26 and 30-20. One of the judges is actually a competent judge. Wow, was not expecting that. Yeah, that last round was a blowout. Oh, he's only 21 years old? That's very impressive. Yeah, this guy's pretty awesome. Could definitely see him becoming a top prospect. Next fight's at 170. Jason Jackson versus Jefferson Crichton. What a name. Jefferson Crichton. And JJ, Jason Jackson. Yeah, they gotta pick up the pace for these prelims. Nobody wants to sit around between these prelims. Anybody else got any fight predictions other than Austin MP? Aaron Crypt, you mentioned their combined age, but do you have fight predictions, Aaron Crypt? Do you have actual predictions? Aaron Crypt says either a Gina KO or Ronda armbar, but I would bet the house on Francis Ngannou. Well, yeah, obviously it's either a Gina KO or Ronda armbar, but which do you think is going to happen? I got Gina Carano 99% confidence. Obviously, there's always the chance that there's some kind of flukish scramble or some kind of weird Cat Zingano situation But I don't think Gina's fight IQ is as low as Kat Zingano's. Because Zingano had all the... I mean, Zingano easily beats Rousey 9 out of 10 times. But her fight IQ prevents that from being 10 out of 10. And Zingano was still kind of a part-time fighter, right? At that time. Yeah, the Nagano fight is going to be hilarious. He outweighs the guy by a lot. Like 30 pounds, 40 pounds, something like that. It's crazy. Unless the other guy pulls off some kind of Rocky situation, which is obviously... People will say it's fixed if he lands some kind of knockout shot. So this guy's Bellator. Jackson was Bellator welterweight champion. So, okay. He's a name. I haven't watched Bellator in so many years. Let's see what happens here. Announcer said it's a short notice fight. Jackson with a hard leg kick. Woo! And there's the knockout. Jackson with a left hook. We got some excitement in the house. That's how you start off an event. Isn't it weird how Jake Paul, some kind of a random YouTuber, is now putting on MMA productions? Oh, man. I wonder if Jake Paul is ever going to fight Jean-Claude Van Damme, who called him out. It's actually kind of funny because Jake Paul supposedly was talking to Nagano in the back. Nagano. And, yeah, they might be setting up a fight. Imagine fighting your promoter. I know Tito Ortiz was supposed to fight Dana White, but that never happened. It'd be hilarious if Nagano fought Jake Paul. Big T says, how long till the Ronda fight? Couple hours. That's probably not going to be until like 11 p.m. Eastern time. I have all the Eastern time listings on here. Aaron Crypt says, I think Gina has lived in a state of comfort for too long to have the mental strength to not tap, so probably Ronda. I don't think so. If Gina hadn't ballooned up to 240 pounds or whatever, and had to make that cut, she said that was tougher than any fight. If that hadn't happened, and she was just her usual chunky 200-ish, and made the regular cut, I mean, actually, that wouldn't even matter, because I don't think Ronda can get the armbar. I don't think she can get it. Look at the Holly Holm fight. She was never anywhere close to getting it. Gina always had a life of comfort. Her father was some kind of like pro sports star, and was he involved in casinos? Like, Carano was never a from the streets broke fighter, like starving fighter. She was just pretty athletic. She was like a multi-sport athlete in high school, too. I think she took her team to the championships one time. I think it was in Vegas, too, so it wasn't some kind of, you know, scrub area with no competition. She was like a 3-sport athlete. But, yeah, regardless of whether she... After watching the Cyborg fight, regardless of her mentality, just basic skill-wise, basic athleticism... Ronda, unless there's some kind of fluke 1 out of 100 scramble where Ronda somehow gets it, how does that happen? How does she get to the armbar? Does she just start with the flying armbar? That's actually a pretty good idea. If Ronda's been working flying armbar like Shinya Aoki, I mean, is she athletic enough? I don't think she's athletic enough to do a flying armbar. So if she's relying on a clinch judo takedown transition to armbar, I mean, I think that's the only way. That's the only way I think anybody is envisioning she gets the armbar. How is she going to get to the clinch? And even if she does, Holly destroyed her and easily dominated her in the clinch. Gina doesn't even have to be as good as Holly. If she's even like 60% of Holly, Ronda's not getting her down or the armbar. Aaron Crypt says, I also don't believe any steroid testing actually was forced upon Ronda. Did you watch my stream yesterday? Ronda's neck is ginormous. She's a lot bigger than she was in like 2012. So she might have been on performance enhancers the entire time in the UFC. I mean, who really cares though? Everybody's on something, right? I mean, Gina's figure and her neck always made it plausible that she wasn't roided up. And apparently, like, she really does care about her looks, so she didn't really want to get roided up. And again, this is a former 3-sport athlete with the genetics of a professional athlete father. So it's plausible Gina's clean. It's plausible. Flat Bob says, I'm on something. A few things. Isn't everybody? Oh, now they're doing post-fight interviews. Starting now, I guess. JJ says he's not satisfied, but at least we got some excitement in the event now. I have no idea who any of the other people on the prelims are, but hopefully they'll be as exciting as this fight, or at least as skilled as the previous fight. Alright, what's the next fight here? "22 seconds for Jackson to get that knockout. So, Marius Nakuda next, and then Fazil versus Bobian. Fazil, that's an interesting name. Christopher Allen says, me too. A lot of people are on something. But Aaron Crypt, how does Ronda get the armbar, though? Like, how do you see that happening, regardless of whether Gina would tap or not tap? For some reason, I'm thinking after watching the Cyborg fight and listening to her interviews, I just don't see her tapping. And I don't think I could say that about anybody, any other female fighter. I don't think. I think people get kind of lost in Carano's, like, glamour, girly persona. Like, the complete opposite of Ronda Rousey, obviously. But she's a really tough competitor. Watch that Cyborg fight again. Aaron Crypt says Marius knocked out Mighty Mouse. I didn't even see that. I stopped watching Mighty Mouse a long time ago. Not a fan, but that is impressive. Good thing we got Aaron Crypt here for some knowledgeable commentary. But yeah, Aaron, how do you see Ronda getting the armbar? Because if she's been training flying armbars nonstop, or maybe even run up against the cage into a flying armbar, that'd be crazy. She just doesn't have the athleticism. Unless there's some kind of weird fluke situation, I just don't see how she can get it. I have 99% confidence in the Carano win. Obviously, nothing's 100%. Like, even with Nagano, I'm not going 100% against Lins. There's no such thing as 100%. I probably have Nagano... See, I don't know anything about Lins, so I can't even... Like, is he good? Is Lins good? If he's good, I might even go 90% Nagano instead of 99, but... Aaron Crypt says, I could see Gina getting tired enough to clinch, leading to a Ronda hip toss into an armbar. Um, even if the hip toss happens, I could see Gina scrambling out of it. I could see her defending. Now, if you're saying it's late in the 5th round, anything can happen. Like, that could totally happen late in the 5th. But how is it going to get to late in the 5th? Gina's not getting tired in the 1st round. I don't think she's even going to get tired in the 2nd. If this gets out of the 1st round, well, now, yeah, and they're both exhausted, potentially. But now we're going back to the likelihood. So you're saying the fight, you have confidence the fight is going to last long enough for Gina to get tired? Because Ronda gassed way... I mean, Holly wasn't even gassed. Like, Ronda's cardio looks to be way worse than everybody's. It just didn't matter. Like, even in the Nunes fight, it didn't matter. Holly was the first fight where Ronda's horrible cardio was exposed. So, what evidence do you have that Gina's cardio is worse than Rousey's? I mean, that is a plausible scenario. If it gets to late in the 5th round and Gina's exhausted, it is plausible. Now, Gina has been to decision 3 times in MMA. I don't know how many times in Muay Thai. She's been to decision 3 times. Ronda's never been. So Gina's cardio, by all available evidence, is far greater than Rousey's. So, yeah. I mean, you're right. If it gets late enough into the later rounds, that's a possibility. But it's equal. I would say it's much greater possibility that because they're both tired, Carano is just going to knock her out. Aaron says, I just think both would ultimately get tired, and it comes down to who can get more out of the clinch. So you think Gina is going to get tired? Because Gina's got decent power. I don't know if I can conclusively state Gina has more power than Holly. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe somewhere approximately the same. Austin says, Ronda was WWE Women's Champion. Come on, man. That's funny. That's funny. I just don't see Gina getting tired before Rousey. If she did, if Gina has the worst cardio in existence and she gasses in 20 seconds, then maybe. Then maybe. I actually could see that happening. But that would be the 1%. That is so unlikely. That's why I said 99% Carano. There is always the 1% chance for stuff like that to happen. Gina can have some kind of weird adrenaline dump. But the thing is, even with all of that happening, even adrenaline dumped Carano, like Rousey's just such a fraud and so horrible at striking and takedowns. I still don't, even with an adrenaline dump, I think Carano pieces her up. So, yeah, that's, I mean, obviously anything can happen. That's why it's, you know, I would never say anything's 100%. And the other reason I wouldn't bet is because, first of all, it's MVP and Jake Paul, so you have no idea what's going on there. Plus, the ref's competency is always in question. I mean, a ref stopped a fight when McMahon was going for a takedown on Rousey. Like, the ref actually stopped the fight in Rousey's favor while Sarah McMahon was shooting for a takedown. It was insane. I was never going to bet on a Ronda fight after that. Aaron says, I will check back in for the main. Well, there's always a 1% chance of anything happening. Was it Herb Dean that was the ref for the McMahon fight? I don't remember, maybe. Alright, this guy's 11-0. Fumi Nakuda is 11-0. Undefeated in professional MMA. That's a cool name. Marias 21-6. Multiple-time world champion. Actually, I think I have seen Marias fight before. A long time ago. Yeah, wow. Marias knocked out Mighty Mouse. But then Mighty Mouse knocked him out and then beat him again by decision. Marias also coming off of another TKO loss to Wakamatsu. Let's see what happens here, guys. Feeling each other out a little bit. Ooh, powerful low kick by Marias, but he missed it. Low kick for Nakuda. Another low kick by Marias that misses. Ooh, front kick from Marias. Can't tell if that landed or not. Might have been skimming. Ooh, hard low kick lands. Yeah, these guys are fast. Fast and relatively technical, too. Looks like it could be a decent fight. Why the hell is he bringing up Frank Shamrock Kung Lee fight? I remember that fight, too. It's a long time ago. Kung Lee, wow. Haven't heard him mentioned in forever. He did some movies, too. .220 left in the first round. Ooh, jumping knee by Marias. Sorta landed. Ooh, hard low kick. Nakuda swings hard twice, misses. Nakuda is pressing him against the cage. Looks like he's trying to get a takedown, but may or may not get it. Pace has definitely slowed a little bit. Definitely not a high volume fight like that first fight, which was all volume and all pillows. These guys are swinging hard, but not often. I don't think he landed that right. Marias fell down. Nakuda jumped on, but I don't think he landed it. Nakuda going for... Kind of had a guillotine. Back on the feet now. 40 seconds left in the round. Looks like it was mostly just a feeling out process in the first round. Ooh, high kick from Nakuda misses. Marias goes for the takedown. Nakuda really hammering away at him. Oh, man. Hammer fist and an elbow. Nakuda ends up on top. Close round, but I think that might have cinched it for Nakuda, landing on top there at the end. A couple seconds left here. I think if he landed that kick, it didn't really look like he landed it, but see on the replay if it landed. Sometimes it's kind of hard to tell if the guy slipped while dodging, because he dodged so quickly, or if it partially or even fully landed, but see the replay here. But pretty decent fight so far. Action is definitely getting better here on this card. No more translator in the corner? That's weird. They had the translator in the corner. Yeah, Nakuda definitely didn't hit him with the right hand when they fell. I already noticed that. But the judges, I wonder if yeah, the head kick landed. Wow, okay. Nakuda did land the head kick. And he had him wobbled. Alright, yeah, Nakuda definitely goes to Nakuda there for that strong finish. Why is he bringing up Mirko Cro Cop? Because of the head kick? Marias jumps on the back of Nakuda. Interesting if he'll be able to finish something here. Action has slowed a little bit, but let's see what, oh, now he's got the hooks in, standing back mount for Marias. Gonna be looking for the choke here. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. Is he gonna get the choke? Unloading some punches here. He might actually spin out here. It looks like he's turning a little bit. I wonder if he's gonna try to dump him and end up on top on the ground. He's almost sideways now. .320 left in the round. Plenty of time to work, but so far no advance on the position. Oh, yep, spins out. Going for a takedown. Marias on one knee defending. Oh, now he's back up. This fight definitely got a lot less exciting as they're just battling for position in the clinch. Oh, now they broke apart. Let's see if something happens here on the feet. 210 left. Nakuda lands a left and a low kick. Looks like Nakuda might be gassing out a little bit. Looks like he's getting tired. Marias also, but Marias lands a right hand and a left straight. "90 seconds left in the second." Both guys have pretty good footwork. Marias might have clipped him with a nice left. Hard to tell if it was mostly slipped. Marias going for a takedown. Oh, lets him go. Less than a minute left in the round. They're slowing down. They're definitely slowing down. Slow kick from Marias. Slow hook from Nakuda. Nothing really lands solid. Yeah, these guys are slowing down. Super slow back fist from Nakuda. Misses. Oop. Right hand from Nakuda lands, but Marias answers with a straight that lands as well. But Nakuda's pressuring him hard. I think Marias is getting the better of the strikes, but Nakuda's the one pushing forward. 8 seconds. Ooh, jumping knee from Marias misses, but that could have been decisive. He really pulled that one. That could have been decisive. So they come out a little bit more aggressively. Yeah, they're definitely slowed down a lot. Marias goes for shoots, nothing there. Just swinging away. No hard shots landed here. Marias is trying to land something, trying to put something together, but I don't know if he has the gas. He might not have the gas to do so. Yeah, this fight slowed down a lot. Low kick for Nakuda. Swung a little faster, Nakuda, but didn't land. Marias might go for another jumping knee, but he landed a left straight there. Left hook from Nakuda a little bit. Not a lot of damage. Mostly just dancing around now. Would be nice to get a finish here. 2:30 left, but I don't know if it looks likely. Nakuda still has some head movement left. Not completely exhausted. Yeah, it looks like they're just going like 30% now. 30 to 50% to try to conserve energy to not completely gas out. But Marias looks like he's definitely on his way out. He was moving a lot before. Just got jabbed hard. Ooh, swing and a miss from Marias. That takes a lot of energy to swing and a miss and spin around like that. Ooh, hard shot from Nakuda there. And Marias answers with a right. Marias still kind of hunting him down this whole fight, despite probably not landing the better shots. They're just swinging back and forth at each other, but nobody's really doing incredible damage. But those hit points are slowly coming down. Marias goes for another takedown, can't get it. Nakuda presses him against the cage, about a minute left. Man, this fight started strong, but yeah, it looks like they just got tired. Austin says, I'm watching now, but I'm about 30 seconds behind you. 50 seconds. Ooh, two nice shots from Nakuda, but still can't put Marias away. Marias lands a left hook. Wow, Nakuda swung hard for a right, but missed. "20 seconds left. Nakuda lands a right to the head, then the body. They're both swinging, but Nakuda looks like he's landing the better shots. Ooh! Knee to the body, and Nakuda gets him on the ground. 8 seconds left in a choke. I don't think he's going to get it in 7 seconds. And the saved by the bell. Marias hung on for... Did Marias knock him out? Marias put him to sleep. Wait. Marias cranked for an extra second after the bell and put him to sleep. Let's see what happens here. This is exciting. He got put to sleep. Are they going to give him the finish? Did he put him to sleep at the bell or a second after the bell? If they give the fight to Nakuda, that's going to be a farce. How do you win a fight getting choked out? Wait. Are they actually going to go to decision? So they're looking at the instant replay right now. Austin says, I think it should go to decision. Probably because he stopped him at the bell, but he was out at the bell. It didn't matter that he held an extra second. I don't think it mattered. But how are you going to give the fight... Yeah, I think it's hard to tell whether the extra second is what put him to sleep or not. Because the ref stopped him, but he cranked for an extra second, or at least 3/4 of a second. Austin says he wasn't out yet. I think he was. It's hard to tell. We're talking about a half a second here. Half to 3/4 of a second. Let's see if... So you can see his legs moving. And then... It's hard to tell. He might have gotten out right at the bell, but then he cranked an extra 3/4 of a second. They should have a rule where you can't be saved by the bell, like in boxing for the knockdown. Because the whole point of MMA is to simulate a real fight. I think a lot of times that gets lost. That's the whole point. Yeah, they're all reviewing. They're at the video. They're making. It looks like they're trying to make some kind of decision. Flat Bob, if you want to put it up, the prelims are all free on the MVP YouTube channel. So he either went out at 59 or 5 or 5:01. Yeah, there's a whole crowd at the video replay trying to figure out what to do. There should be a no saved by the bell rule. The whole point of mixed martial arts is to simulate a real fight. Yeah, it looked like he went out right at 5. Or 5.5 a second. If you're Nakuda, do you want to win like this? That's weird. How can you seriously say you're the better fighter, though? Like, let's say he wins the decision. Like, what is your opinion? Like, how are you going to say you're the better fighter that got choked unconscious? Like, what is his argument? They're giving him the submission at 4:59. Nakuda looks pissed, but what's his argument? How can Nakuda say he's the better fighter? Look, it probably was at the 5. He kind of was not out. He lost consciousness right at 5, approximately right at 5, or just a fraction of a second after. But I don't think you should be saved by the bell. So the spirit of the fight should always, the spirit of the rules should reflect a real fight. Like, in boxing, you can't be saved by the bell. And the 10-point must system in MMA is based on boxing. Austin MP says, more sporting black magic, why betting against the public is a winning strategy. Are you saying Gina's gonna win? Austin says, if the line is too wide, the favorite can still win. Yeah, the odds are only somewhere around half or less of what they were between Ronda and Holly. Why is Nakuda mad? He got choked unconscious. It was a weak notice fight, he said. Well, how did you give him the toughest fight ever if you got knocked unconscious and he's been knocked out before? That was dumb. Ariel asked him if he was out, and he said, "Do I look out to you?" Nobody's talking about him being unconscious at the current moment being interviewed. He doesn't seem too bright. If this fight was in a legitimate promotion, I might bet on Carano, but maybe. There's just whenever Ronda's involved, there's potential for funny business. I think they made the right call though. How are you gonna give the fight? How are you gonna go to decision when the guy got choked unconscious? Almost 300,000 people watching the stream right now, the MVP stream. Fazil versus Bobby on up next. Austin MP says, Marias cooked him with that sleeping line. That was pretty funny, but he agreed to a rematch, so. I don't know. If you get choked unconscious, I don't think you should be winning the fight, even if you won the first 2 rounds. In Pride FC, it wasn't round by round scoring. The whole fight was considered. With the end of the fight specifically considered more. So if somebody landed, like let's say you dropped your opponent in the first 30 seconds, but then then it was even, but then you took a lot of damage at the end of the fight, the fact that you dropped your opponent at the beginning of the fight doesn't mean as much. Whereas on the 10-point must system, all the rounds are scored equally. So it's really not a good rule set. Austin MP, on Pride rules, Nick Diaz the GOAT for real. Not even close, my friend. I was definitely a Diaz brother hater at the beginning, but now I actually think Nick Diaz is decent. Still never a fan of Nate. Nate's his wannabe wigger persona and his pillow-fisted approach to fighting, I am just not a fan. Nick Diaz seems like a cool human being, though. So, they still didn't start fighting yet. They really got to speed this up. Alright, let's see what Austin MP's saying. Nick never really lost, but to Jackson and beat him twice. Nick definitely lost. Let's bring up the record. I've seen most of his fights. It looks like, so he's got a couple of split decision losses. He got TKO'd by KJ Noons. I remember watching that fight live. I think he probably could have kept fighting, but he was getting destroyed in that fight, wasn't he? If I remember correctly. I've only seen that fight live. I haven't seen it since. Yeah, Condit beat him decisively. And so did GSP. And then obviously Robbie Lawler. But I actually have to rewatch Joe Riggs, Diego Sanchez, and Sean Shirk. I don't remember those fights. I don't remember the Caro fight. And I don't think I saw the Hironaka fight in Shuto. I think also one of his decision victories was suspect. I forgot which one. Yeah, I don't remember. But he's definitely been outclassed. Wait, he also... he did beat Anderson Silva, though, didn't he? Did they not give him that decision? Was that one of the weird... So... No contest? So it was originally a decision win for Silva. I thought Nick Diaz destroyed him in that fight. That was weird. I remember there was a lot of controversy on the Condit fight. And it was kind of close, but I thought Condit won. Don't remember the Shirk fight. No, the Anderson fight, Nick Diaz definitely beat Anderson Silva. Like, that one was so obvious. How the heck did they give Anderson the decision? Austin says Condit ran like a mother effer and threw gay ass kicks. Yeah, but they score points though. I think it was obvious Condit's the better fighter. And I was never even a Condit fan. Because, yeah, he was a point fighter, but... They should have had a rematch. In the KJ Noons fight, wasn't Diaz getting lit up? And then they stopped it early, but... Wow, these guys are throwing hard. Fazil and Babian are throwing hard. Wow, this is the most exciting open thus far. Throwing punches and kicks full power. If they keep up this kind of pace, this is not going the distance. Man, they're throwing hard. Babian going for the takedown. Is he about to get it? Now he's got the back and he drags him down. See what happens here. And he does. Fazil reverses, ends up on top. What the heck? And then Babian takes the back. I don't know if I've seen that before. Going for the choke, but it looks a little high. It's on the mouth. Readjust. Still high. Still high, but pressing in. I don't think he's going to get it. Yep, slipped off. Austin says Nick beat KJ in the rematch. Yeah, I remember that. I still think, wasn't that still kind of a close fight, even in the rematch? Now, Babian ends up on top in full mount. Wow. Fazil scrambles out. This is crazy. The amount of position changes this fast is crazy. These guys are both pretty decent. I'm gonna need to rewatch them to give you definitive information, but there was also a Nick Diaz decision victory that was highly suspect. I don't remember which one. The Anderson fight, he definitely beat Anderson Silva. Those judges were on crack. Babian went for a choke and slipped off. Fazil on top now. Sort of. He has him stacked. Like a reverse stack. Austin MP says, Nick beat, he won unanimous. KJ had good boxing, but that was all. Nick trained with Andre Ward. Nick Diaz and Fader, my goats. Fader lost to Arona, hands down. And Krokop, if you look at the Pride rules. Krokop destroyed Fader. Did all the damage in that fight. They gave Fader the decision somehow. I've watched that fight a bunch of times. We went over it on one of the lives. And Fader ducked. Karatanov would have beaten Fader, too. I mean, Fader's definitely top 10 easy. Maybe top 5 prime. Maybe top 3. But, yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't put him at number 1. I think Andrei Arlovsky would have beat him in his prime, too. If that fight had happened earlier. Andrei Arlovsky had great hands, and he was also a junior Sambo world champ or something like that, so. He was faster, more athletic than Fader. Yeah, if that fight had happened earlier, Andrei Arlovsky and I think Andrei Arlovsky and Sergey Karatanov, and even Fader's brother, Alexander Emelianenko, is better than Fader. He beat him in Sambo, and he's got way better hands than Fader. How am I a Fader hater? Have you seen, how many times have you watched? Yes, Arlovsky got sniped out of the air past his prime Arlovsky. Prime Arlovsky would have never even done that. Fader can't out-Sambo Arlovsky, and he can't outstrike Arlovsky, prime Arlovsky. Arlovsky was too fast. He'd already slowed down quite a bit. Yeah, Fader's not even close to the GOAT. Ricardo Arona, light heavyweight Ricardo Arona is better than Fader. Have you watched the Arona fight? Arona was awesome. We didn't go over that. His brother didn't win? What do you mean, Austin MP? Alexander Emelianenko did beat Fader. I don't know if he didn't beat him. Did he not beat him for the world title, though? I think Fader beat Alexander for one of the titles, but Alexander practically let him win. We went over that. Yeah, we did. We found some blog with, like, the notes on that. Fader admitted Alexander was better, too. Federer's not a BSer. He never even called himself the GOAT. Like, Federer shoots straight. Like, he talks straight. He also ducked Krokop for like a whole year while taking easy fights in some other organizations. He ducked Krokop until Krokop had like 8 fights in 1 year, which was smart on his part, but Fazil lands a good shot here. Fazil looks like he's about to take over this fight completely. Anaconda choke. Uh-oh. He might have it. Yep, he got it. Tap, boom. Fight's done. He beat a past his prime Arlovsky. He never beat Krokop and he ducked Krokop for years, and then he ducked the Krokop rematch. Yeah, that Randleman fight was crazy. Randleman still possibly beats Fedor 9 out of 10 times. Randleman was an explosive monster back in his day. Sergey Karatanov beats Fedor 9 out of 10 times too. Prime Karatanov. They trained together. That's why Fedor wanted no part of him after that, because he knew he was better. He did. We spent like an hour on that. I had to find... It was like on some obscure Russian blog. I could try to find it again. I remember when it happened, because it was kind of like a big... Because when Fedor said that admitted that his brother was better, he just didn't train seriously. And then there was a mention of Alexander beating him. Yeah, so they didn't record. So there was one match they did, Russian National Championships, which was like an exhibition. And Fedor, yeah, basically Alexander let him get the armbar. It was like an exhibition match. But they faced each other 3 or 4 times, and those records are not listed anywhere. But at the time, Fedor made the statement, because this was a long time ago. This is like in the early 2000s. So the video is of their exhibition, but they faced each other 3 or 4 times, and Alexander did beat him. Blagoy Ivanov beat him too, and then Fedor ducked Ivanov in MMA when Ivanov transitioned to MMA. Like, Fedor's a coward. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it was mostly his management team, but... Austin MP with the super chat. Fedor, the expletive goat. Not even close, my friend. I mean, if you're talking all-time any weight class, Kazushi Sakuraba is the best of all time. It's not just speaking highly. Watch Prime Alexander Emelianenko. He's faster and more technical than Fedor in every aspect of the game. And bigger. I mean, he's just so big. He's a monster. Alexander Emelianenko is a monster. Austin MP says, how does a man win a fight and you say he loses 9 out of 10 times? 1 centimeter on that suplex on the neck of Fedor. 1 centimeter further, and Fedor possibly has a broken neck and never competes again. That's how. I mean, that was kind of lucky. I mean, nobody's survived that kind of suplex in MMA. I mean, Fedor's crazy durable, but part of that was luck. Yeah, his brother's in prison now. I'm talking about Prime. They fought each other like 3 or 4 times in Sambo. Only the video of their exhibition match, where Fader, in quotations, won, but that was an admitted exhibition. There are no results posted of their previous matchups. But I remember it being discussed. Alright, let's see what the next fight is here. 335,000 people watching. I just told you, Fader is definitely top 5 all-time heavyweights. How is that a hater? For example, you can call me a Ronda Rousey hater. She's not even top 20. You can't lose to Ricardo Arona, a guy in a lighter weight class, and then get absolutely destroyed by Crocop, get your face completely rearranged, and claim you won that fight. There's a reason Fader didn't take the Crocop fight earlier. They were supposed to fight like a year earlier, much closer to Crocop's prime. And Fader claimed he was injured, and then he fought in, what was that, Bombaya, some other organization for money. He fought some non-top 10 guy instead of Crocop, and claimed injury. Fader ducked Crocop until Crocop had like 8 fights. Crocop was fighting like every other month, and then Fader finally agreed to fight him. Are you on crack, Austin? You think he's the best, only Kane is Kane's not even top 10. Cain Velasquez only has a couple fights. He has almost no fights. You could say potentially he could have been, but not really. Cain would have never, I mean, I don't know why people said he was good. Like, I mean, he's good, but, like, he doesn't belong in a greatest of all time conversation. I mean, he beat a bunch of scrubs until who? He beat Nogueira, an old Nogueira, and Brock Lesnar, and then got knocked out by Junior Dos Santos. So, yeah, I mean, Kane is not even close. Kane's not top 10. Austin says, Crocop is 2 years older, Arlovsky's is 2 years younger. Well, I'm talking about fighting age. Crocop had over 100 fights by the time Crocop had a full boxing and kickboxing career before MMA. Prime is measured in years. I mean, in fight years, not in biological years. That's why Couture and some of these other guys did so well later in their career. They didn't take damage. Fader would have easily beat Kane prime versus prime. Yeah, Junior Dos Santos doesn't even belong in the conversation for greatest of all time, so that's a decent win, but beating Junior or getting knocked out by Junior, I mean, that's almost like not even really part of the argument. He had good power, but look, Fader was one of the greatest heavyweights of all time. He's not number one, and he's definitely not number one, like, all time, regardless of weight class. Sakuraba was destroying people 3 weight classes up. And Sakuraba never ducked anybody like Fader. Fader ducked so many people, or only fought them way after their prime, and then refused a rematch. Like, that's just cowardice. Like, that's not the legacy of a greatest of all time fighter. That's cowardice. I think the main card, does that start at 9 here? Austin MP says, Kane doesn't have the resume and had injuries, but he was the scariest to me. I get not saying he's top 5. I mean, all time. I mean, he was the scariest, one of the scariest in his time with that current roster inside of the UFC, sure. But I mean, Brock's not the best. Like, a lot of people put a lot of stock in him beating Brock Lesnar. But Brock Lesnar's not that great. He's not an all-time great. I mean, Kane just hasn't really beat anybody. He beat Nogueira, but that was an old Nogueira. There's just no way he beats Prime Nogueira. I'm not a Nogueira fan, but I recognize. Nogueira's brother, Little Nog, he was really good. He was probably better than Nogueira. He doesn't get the recognition. Austin MP says, Brock was a crazy athlete but had flaws. He was scared to be hit. Brock is an all-time athlete, though. Yeah, sure. We're talking MMA, though. Yeah, Brock's wrestling credentials are definitely up there. He was a specimen in wrestling. We're talking MMA, though. Nog, Brock, and JDS are good wins. Yeah, they're decent wins. Nobody's saying Kane was horrible and didn't deserve to be a champion or anything like that. But you want to talk all-time great conversation? You're not getting there by beating an old Nogueira. Like, if he beat Prime Nogueira, let alone twice, like Fader did, like, that gets you some points. That's why Fader belongs in the conversation and Kane doesn't. Verdum beat Kane. Yeah, old Verdum. That wasn't even Prime Verdum. Yeah. Old broken down Verdum. Overeem, I would put Overeem over Kane all time as well. Overeem's kind of underrated. Jacked Overeem was better than, I mean, he just made quick work of Brock Lesnar. I would put Overeem way higher than Kane. I think Prime Overeem beats Fader too. By Prime horse meat, Overeem on a horse meat diet. Like, Fader cannot deal with that level of striking and grappling. Alistair Overeem looks really weird now, but last competed 2021. I think I watched that fight. Volkov beat him. But yeah, back in the day, I think Overeem beats Fader as well. There's a lot of people. Prime versus Prime. Or even, not even Prime versus Prime. Austin MP says, Fader, the only man to beat Chael Sonnen. That is impressive, isn't it? Gotta give Fader those, you gotta give Fader props for that. Austin MP says, Overeem has so much potential. His grappling wasn't great. His stand-up may be the best ever at a heavyweight. What are you talking about? Wasn't he like an ADCC champion and he might have the record for most guillotines. His grappling was fantastic. What are you talking about? He had some serious issues with cardio. That was his problem. But I think once he did get that dialed in. I mean, is Overeem the only guy to have, like, world Was it ADCC? Oh, it was only European Championships. It wasn't. He doesn't have a World Grappling title. It was only a European title. In 2005, he got the gold medal at ADCC European Championships, and then he was the K1 champ too. So yeah, if he had a World Grappling title, he might have been the only guy to have both a K1. Wait, did he have a? Did he not win the K1 title? Wait a second. He never won the K1 title? Oh, yeah, he did. 2010. 2010, he did. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, if he... Overeem was awesome. Yeah, I never got the hate. I never understood the hate for Overeem. He's such an exciting fighter. Even at light heavyweight. I mean, he had a claim to fame... Like, there was actually a joke at the time. First round Overeem was the greatest pound-for-pound fighter ever. Because he destroyed everybody he ever fought in the first round before he gassed out. Like, everybody. Like, Chuck Liddell, all those guys. Not that Chuck Liddell is good, but people thought he was good. Overeem was an absolute wrecking machine. Yeah, does he have the record for most guillotines? Let me check. His brother was pretty good, too. Not great, but a lot better than people remember. Valentin Overeem. So Uriah Faber has 7 guillotines. Pedro Munoz has 6. Joseph Benavidez has 5. For some reason, I think Overeem has more. Let me count them up. All right, let me ask AI. Well, let me see. What about Overeem? Because I think he had more than that. He has 9... Yeah, he has 8 by guillotine. 19 submission victories. Wait, 8 by guillotine is more than Uriah Faber. So AI says Uriah Faber has 7. But then Overeem has 8, but it's saying he does not hold. So who has more guillotine wins? Yeah, it says he's the number... So it said he's not the number 1, but apparently nobody else has more. He has 8 guillotine submissions, 19 total submissions. Austin MP says he should have beat Stipe. He should have beat everybody. He had some of the worst luck ever. Like, almost all of his losses, he was decisively winning before either a lapse in judgment or something. He definitely had all the tools. I would rank Overeem higher than Fader all time, too. I think Overeem would have definitely beat Fader had they fought. When Overeem fought Crow Cop, I mean, he was a monster. I think that Overeem beats anybody. I mean, I'm not sure about Prime Crow Cop, but... Because that was Old Man Crow Cop, but... Yeah, if Overeem got back on the horse meat, I mean, he could probably be heavyweight champ today. What is he? He's 45? He's not even that old. For heavyweight. Yeah, Overeem's resume is really impressive. Overeem, who has a better resume than Overeem? I mean, yeah, you're going to count he's got a lot of losses. But when you actually examine the nature of those losses, it's kind of hard not to rank Overeem up there all time. Austin says, Fader lost every fight if you look at them before the fight. No, Fader legitimately won. I mean, he destroyed Nogueira. Fader's entire claim to fame was absolutely demolishing Nogueira 3 times. The first fight was not like a no contest because of a headbutt, but obviously Fader would have won. Fader dominated Nogueira like Nogueira has never been dominated until the Crow Cop fight. And then Nogueira's corner threw water in the corner of the ring, so Krokop slipped on it if you watch the fight. That's one of the reasons I'm not a Nogueira fan, because of those shady tactics, because Nogueira couldn't take down Krokop. So in between rounds, the corner threw a bunch of water and in their corner, and then Nogueira backpedaled into the corner so that Krokop would slip on the water that his corner emptied. And then that's how Nogueira got him down and submitted him. And then ducked a rematch. Austin MP says, I didn't know he had 17 sub-wins. Yeah, that's why it's so laughable when people like Ronda Rousey, oh, greatest of all time. You haven't had any fights. You had a couple of fights against some soccer moms and then got knocked out twice. That's not a resume for a legend. I mean, yeah, Overeem has a lot of losses, but his MMA record is 47-19. He has 67 fights. Not to mention 15 kickboxing fights. Like, that's a guy with a resume. I mean, Ronda Rousey doesn't even have a resume. I mean, it's crazy. Austin MP says, Brazilian coaches be cheating. I mean, that was so egregious. I mean, that was just, I don't understand how they allowed that, especially when watching it on the replay. It was kind of hard to notice live, but if you watch Krokop slip, his entire leg gives out, like out of nowhere. Because he's just shuffling back. Because Nogueira circled him into the corner. Like, or at least he back circled as Krokop was chasing him. And then Krokop's leg just completely gives out because he slipped on the water. Yeah, Overeem probably had like the most versatile skill set at both light heavyweight and heavyweight. Call me crazy. I would have loved to see Sakuraba versus Fader. I'm not saying Sakuraba would have won, but I think it would be a great fight because Sakuraba just does not give up. He gave Krokop a decent fight too. He probably just was too light to beat Krokop and Fader, but Sakuraba is my pick for greatest of all time, factoring weight. Because Sakuraba, and also the amount of champions that Sakuraba beat, the championship caliber fighters that either held championships before or after Sakuraba fought them. So champion caliber. How long are we going to be waiting for this? Oh, it starts in 8 minutes. That's kind of a gap between the prelims. I guess they were, yeah, I guess if all fights went the full distance, perhaps they planned for that. But yeah, I got Krokop, Karatanov, Alexander Emelianenko, Overeem, all above Fader, all-time heavyweight. And Arlovsky. Just in prime. Their primes would rank above Fader's prime. And then I'd probably have Fader. So I'd go Krokop. If you're talking heavyweight only, I'm going to go Krokop. Because I think a prime Krokop, which would have been way back in like 2001, 2002. Because we're talking about a guy who had 2 full combat sports careers. He had like 50 boxing matches. I mean, he had a full boxing and kickboxing career before he came over to MMA. So I would put Krokop at number 1, greatest heavyweight of all time. Number 2, probably Overeem. Then it gets tough. Is Sergey Karatanov better than Alexander Emelianenko? I don't know. But the two of them, then Arlovsky, and then I'd put Fader at number 6. Call me crazy. And I've seen just about all of the fights from all of these guys. So this is an informed opinion. I've seen just about all of their fights. Austin MP says, I got Fader 1 forever and ever. Austin MP says, who you got Nate versus Perry tonight? Nate was plus 150 when I bet him. I'm going to lean Perry, but yeah, you never count out a Diaz brother. Just activity-wise, I have to lean Perry. But I actually haven't seen that many of his fights either. Like, I never really liked Nate Diaz. I don't think he's that good. Nick, you know, I'll give Nick his props, but not Nate. So Nate last fought. Oh, actually, it wasn't as long ago as I thought. 2022. But then 2020. So he only fought once a year or every 2 years, and then he didn't fight for 4 years between 2016 or 3 years. 2016 to 2019. He didn't even fight that often before that. So activity-wise, he's 41. I mean, I don't know. How seriously was he training? Have you been keeping up? Was he training super serious? I'm not really a Mike Perry fan either. Not really a fan of either one of these guys, but let's see. Let's look at his resume. Wow, he's got a lot of decision losses recently. Oh, he hasn't been that active either. Or wait, was he active in was he doing bare knuckle? Oh, okay, he was doing bare knuckle. Oh, okay, so he's been active bare knuckle. And he is 6-0 bare knuckle. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to have to lean Perry based on activity. Austin MP says, you having Alex over Fader makes me want to jump in a snake pit. I'm not talking resume. I'm talking who the better fighter is in their prime. Obviously, Fader has a better resume than Alexander. And it's not even close. I'm talking about fighting ability. I'm not talking about resume. Austin MP says, Perry, very hittable, but durable in power. Yeah, Nate has, like, no power. Yeah, I have not been watching Perry and bare knuckle. But just activity-wise, I think most of the time, the more active guy will have the edge if their fighting ability is approximately equal. I'm not sure that it's equal. I think Perry might be a little bit... Well, I think Perry's faster and more powerful. And more technical in the striking. Nate Diaz is power... he's powder puff, pillow-fisted, throwing hands, same as Nick Diaz. But I would actually say Nick Diaz is much more technical than Nate, both on the feet and on the ground. And better fight IQ for Nick Diaz. Have you watched Sergey Karatanov? Sergey has better hands and maybe... I would say he has better grappling than Fader, but let's call it even. Sergey's still got the better hands. Sergey Karatanov is probably one of the most underrated heavyweights ever. I just don't see how... Because Fader ducked him too, so you gotta factor in who Fader ducked. Because as far as I know, Alexander Emelianenko has never ducked anybody. And neither has Karatanov. I'm not sure if Overeem did. Has Overeem ever ducked anybody? I don't know. I mean, Fader has ducked more than any of the other heavyweights on my list. Yeah, Karatanov 6'4", 258. Karatanov was bigger than Fader, too. Bigger and stronger. Silver medalist boxing in Central Asian Games. Like, his boxing was incredible. And his grappling was really good, too. 3-time, so Eurasian Combat Sambo champion, Russian Airborne Troops Sambo champion, 6-time Russian Airborne Troops hand-to-hand combat fight champion. I mean, this guy's no joke. He's 36-9 in MMA. He last fought 2 years ago. 2 Mays ago. Fought some no-name. Yeah, he fought a bunch of no-names. He beat Tyrone Spong by TKO. Wow. I don't think I even saw that fight. That's crazy. Sergey Karatanov is probably the most underrated heavyweight ever. Austin says, I'm hoping for a Nate sub or late onslaught since it's 5 rounds. Very possible. Very possible. Nate is technical and stand-up, just less power than that. He's not technical. Do you have like an honest opinion of Nate versus Nick? Because Nick is actually a pretty good fighter. Nate is not. Like, there's such a huge gap between them. Austin MP says, Fader being the top guy means everyone wanted him. Not fair to say he ducked. No, we're talking about fights that were going to be we're talking about the top guys. Guys that were ranked 1 or 2. Karatanov got robbed against Nagara, if you watch that fight. Karatanov actually beat Nagara, and he should have fought Fader then. But, no, and Krokop was top ranked when Fader ducked him. Because, also, keep in mind, Fader ducked Krokop to go fight some no-name. Let me find the name of the guy. We're not talking about he ducks one guy to fight like a top contender. Like, Fader has the most cowardly ducks out of any of the heavy... Like, we're not talking about fighting to fight another top guy. That's fine. But ducking to fight a no-name? Let me see here. He fought... It was Inoki Boombaya. 2000... He fought Yuji Nagata. He fought a pro wrestler. He fought a pro wrestler instead of fighting Krokop. I mean, that's just pathetic. And he lied about it and said he was injured. And Nagata was 0-1 because Nagata had previously lost to Krokop in his first fight ever. He fought an 0-1 pro wrestler while being the heavyweight champ. That's the most cowardly duck in MMA history. And he lied because he said he was too injured to fight. He said he had a broken hand or something. And then he goes and fights on another card. Tune-up? What does he need a tune-up for? He's the world champion. What are you talking about? What? Tune-up what? He's the champion. He just TKO'd Gary Goodridge like 6 months prior. What tune-up fight? What are you talking about? Alright, my volume is really low on this for some reason. Let's see if I can boost the volume here. I wish the MMA fighter... Were you here yesterday, Austin MP? Like an actual 8-0 MMA fighter was in here, giving us some great insight. He was a former judo guy, knew a lot about Ronda Rousey and the whole judo community in California. Austin MP says, I could win gold in Central Asia. No, you couldn't. No, you couldn't. Nick is the best. Nate is good. He fought tough competition early. Yeah, sure. But I mean, I watch how they fight too, and I never liked their style. But I can admit that Nick Diaz is a good fighter. Nate Diaz is not a good fighter. I don't like either one of their style. The Diaz brother, like pillow fist wigger style. I don't like that style. But I guess they're not wiggers because are they Hispanic? Are they higgers? He's Mexican and Anglo, so he is white. So he is a wigger. He's a mixed wigger. Austin MP says, I got here late yesterday, then the stream was sniped. Yeah, I re-uploaded it without the home and cyborg fight. I mean, look, the Diaz brothers, that's the only thing they can do. They just try to hit. If you hit someone hundreds of times and you can't knock them out, I can't consider you a good fighter. Maybe I'm crazy, but that's just me. Austin MP says, John Cena good too, by the way. You mean a good wigger? Is he the greatest wigger of all time? I did a whole podcast on that. I don't know. Vanilla Ice has some stiff competition for John Cena. Ariel Hawani here talking. Is there some... Okay. Ariel Hawani's kind of a goof. What does everybody think of Ariel Hawani? Sarah Catherine, what does that mean? The red cheeks? Or is that in response to Ariel Hawani being a goof? Maybe not, because you don't watch MMA. Five fights coming up. Austin MP says they are elite black belts. The boxing was secondary. Yeah, but how do you have zero power, like, as a pro fighter? I mean, there's plenty of guys out there that just don't have high-level boxing, but they're not pillow-fisted. I mean, even Tank Abbott can knock somebody out, and he's not a skilled individual. I'm assuming everybody's picking Nagano to win. That would be hilarious if he lost, though. Anyway, so that's my heavyweight rankings. Krokop, Overeem, then it gets tough. Oh, man, how do you pick between Sergei Karatanov because Sergei was actually Federer's sparring partner. So they knew each other really well. Now, Alexander actually beat Karatanov in 2006. I don't even remember that fight. So I guess you'd have to give it... Overeem beat him too. You'd have to give it... I guess you might have to give it to Alexander, then Karatanov. Then I'd go Arlovsky. Then I'd go Federer. You know, in terms of primes. So those are my top. So Federer's at number 6 for me. Then it gets tough. I got no clue who to put after that. No clue. Austin MP says, too much long-distance cardio. If fights were unlimited time, Nick would never lose. Abbott was fat and had a lot of early power. Yeah. I thought you got into MMA late. How do you even know who Tank Abbott is? Wait, when did you start watching MMA? Federer was a cardio machine. He had power. Krokop's cardio was decent too when he wasn't fighting every month. Austin MP says Federer at 6 is worse than Skip putting LeBron at 9. Well, I'm not talking strictly resume. I'm talking who's the best, not necessarily like skill wise, not resume wise. Resume wise, you'd have to put Federer top 3. You'd have to put him top 3. I'm just saying who's the best skill wise. Like, you have a time machine and you could take these guys prime, or approximately prime, against each other. I actually think Nick could have decent power. Nate doesn't. It's just Nick. It's almost like Nick doesn't care enough to load his punches. But he could. Nate couldn't even if he wanted to. Like, Nate has no power. Nick actually has some kind of fight IQ too, though. You gotta factor that. Nate doesn't really. He just kind of brainlessly fights and leans on his cardio. Wait, who did Skip... What were the 8 ahead of LeBron? Because I'd have to go Larry Bird. I mean, I would put Bird, Jordan, and Kobe, and Chamberlain. Possibly even Allen Iverson. Are you talking about resume or just pure basketball skill? Like, how did they rank that? I might not even have LeBron cracking the top 10. Nick KO'd Lawler with a lead right hook. Nick has power. He just usually doesn't choose. He chooses not to use it. Like, I think Nick could actually, if he changed his strategy, he could utilize his power more. He just probably doesn't want to. Cain Velasquez on the broadcast here. Look at the shape of his head. Looks kind of weird. Austin says LeBron definitely top 3 in any sane world. I don't know about that. Austin says Kobe is so expletive overrated. Yeah, kind of, but he's still good. Austin MP says probably MJ, Kareem, Magic, Bird, Duncan. Duncan? Can't remember the last time somebody said Duncan. Oh yeah, you gotta put Magic in there too, yeah. And yeah, Kareem you could put in there. How do you not have Chamberlain in there? Austin says MJ, Kareem, LeBron, Bird, Magic, Shaq, Duncan, Curry. What? Wilt and Russell? Duncan and Curry? That's funny. Iverson was awesome if you're talking about pure skill. And height deficit overcame by pure skill. Like, Iverson's up there. I think Larry Bird's probably the most underrated guy ever. And then if we're talking offense only, I'd put Pete Maravich in there as among the best. Probably the best, just offensively. But obviously, you're talking all around. You can't put him at the top. It would be interesting if Pete Maravich actually cared about defense. Like, he might be as good as Bird, if not better. Man, Mauro Ranallo looks so old. This is crazy, because I remember watching the live Pride events way back in the day. He was so young. Austin MP says, Bird, my favorite. I can totally understand that. Has there ever been any other player in the modern era who got 3 MVPs in a row? And then what did he have, like 7 runner-up MVPs? Austin MP says, Pete and Bird, my grandpa's goats. Pete Maravich has to be offensive goat. Like, who's better than Pete Maravich offensively? You could check out the greatest basketball player of all time podcast I did. I really didn't get into Larry Bird, so I should do a follow-up on that. I was mostly looking at Pete Maravich, Jordan, and LeBron for that one. But yeah, and Jordan couldn't beat Bird a single time. People conveniently forget about that. Jordan is what? 0 and what? 0 and 4 or 0 and 5 against Bird, and 2 of those were complete shutouts. I mean, Michael Jordan was so happy when Larry Bird retired. Man, Junior Dos Santos is 21 and 10. That's a pretty bad record. Why is he fighting Rabalis Despania? Who is that guy? So Junior's coming off of a win against Alan Belcher? Alan Belcher? He's a heavy... He used to be a middleweight. What? That's crazy. And he won a split decision against Verdum back in 2023. I don't remember if I even saw that. I think I did see that fight. Junior should just fight Nagano again. Nagano beat him, but it's better than these scrub fights, right? Austin MP says, Bird played college long time and ran on pavement all the time, had back problems. Yeah. Yeah, Bird was never healthy, and he still put up those numbers. Pete Maravich wasn't really healthy either, was he? It'd be awesome if all these fights were like first round finishes, which they... I don't know about the Nate Diaz Perry fight, but... Interesting Stuff says, is the Carano fight happening now? No, not yet. There's like a couple fights before that. Main event is usually somewhere around 11 p.m. Eastern Time. I got the Eastern Time numbers up on here because that's what they always put first. I guess because New York City is the most important city in the world. New York, D.C. Interesting Stuff says, I don't have Netflix. I'm going to drop in a link in the chat real quick. Tell me when you got it, and then I'll remove it. Do you got it, Interesting Stuff? And Sarah, you can click that link real quick. I have to remove it, though, because I don't know if Netflix is going to like that. Interesting Stuff. Tell me when you got it. Do you got it? All right. No problem, Interesting Stuff. Sarah, if you click that link, you could watch it too. You got it, Sarah. Did anybody pick this for, pick the fight here? I'm guessing people are going to put Junior as the favorite, but he's been knocked out so many times, I don't know. Austin MP, you don't have Netflix? Oh, he's got Rocky music? That's hilarious. Alright, you got it, Austin? You got it? Alright. You got it. I don't know. I don't even know this guy that he's fighting here. So he's fighting Despania? Is that how you pronounce his name? Despania's 37. Junior is 42. You know, decent difference, but not absolutely catastrophic if they've been keeping in shape. Junior's coming off 2 decision losses. Oh, my bad. Despania is coming off of 2 decision losses and then 5 KO or TKO wins, and he is undefeated in karate combat. All finishes for España. Junior's coming off of a TKO off Alan Belcher, a split decision over Verdum. I don't even know who won that fight. And then he had 5 losses by finish in a row before that. Some people think that was the end of Junior. It's kind of hard to argue against that. I mean, this guy's old, but he's got some power, so you gotta lean Despania just based on age and record and damage accumulated. Well, the main card starts at 9 Eastern. The main card. So the final fight is going to be... Nobody knows when it's going to start because all the fights before may or may not be going to decision. But it's usually around 11. Could be 11, 11:30. Are you watching it right now? Austin MP says Chris Lieben judging. That's hilarious. Wait, how is that not a... Wait. What? Chris Lieben versus Anderson Silva was hilarious. Is he like a full-time judge now? I didn't know that. And Despania is an Olympic bronze medalist. In what? In Taekwondo, okay. Oh yeah, I'm going to España for sure now. Prime versus Prime. If this was a couple years earlier, it would be interesting. It'd be a lot more interesting fight. No problem, interesting stuff. Yeah, Junior does look like he's in pretty good shape, though. Being on the wrong side of 40 is tough, though. It's tough in combat sports. I mean, being on the wrong side of 35 is tough in combat sports. I gotta go Despania here, though. Despania is used to finishing fights, so this should be exciting. Despain. Ooh! That was a smooth kick for such a big guy. I haven't seen this guy fight before. Ooh, this guy's quick! This guy's quick! Ooh, nice low kick from Junior. This guy's crazy quick for his size. He is fast! Junior has always been slow, too. Unless he lands a lucky one, I don't think Juniors can win this one. This guy's crazy fast. Speed and power. What a deadly combination here. And his technique looks pretty sharp, too. Bronze medal Taekwondo guy. Oh, he got clipped. I couldn't... Was that mostly a slip, though? It might have been a slip. Because his leg was weird. I don't know if that was head damage. He's got his hands kind of low. That kick was pretty vicious, low kick. Yeah. This guy's fast, though. Okay, I take back my comment about Junior should be fighting Nagano instead. This guy's good. Junior's probably got slightly more power, but this guy's fast. Ooh. Ooh. Hard shot to the noggin by Despain. Yeah, this is... I think this fight's going to be over soon. Junior's about to go out. Oh, just got clipped. Yep. It might be done. Unless he's playing possum. Which people have done. Sometimes in hilarious fashion. Ooh. I don't know if that was a slip, though. Because his leg, both times that Despain came down, his leg got weird. It might have been partially a slip. Not just the power from the punch. I think he's trying to bait Junior by having his hands so low. He seems really confident in his speed in his own speed. Possibly rightfully so. Seemingly rightfully so. Ooh, yeah, it's over. Boom! It is over. Another solid pick for Bruce McGuire. Flatman B official says, interesting stuff is my alt. Thanks for looking out. Oh, that was Flatman B. Cool. Good man. Good man. Flatman B official says, it's possible you commit a fallacy while fighting, Bruce. Just kidding. Wait, what do you mean while fighting? Like when I'm fighting? Yeah, Despain's kind of a savage. Like, I looked at his record. He's got all finishes in karate combat. And 5 finishes in MMA, but he just lost 2 decisions. But Olympic bronze medalist in Taekwondo. This guy is fast, though. This guy's speed is incredible. Incredible. And the strategy of keeping his hands low to bait Junior was solid. His chin, Despain's chin seems pretty good, too. He got hit twice, but it was kind of hard to see if it was mostly slipping while trying to avoid the punch versus Junior's power. It was hard to tell. Aaron Crypt says they should do Nagano versus Despain. That would be a fantastic fight. I mean, this guy has ridiculous speed for a heavyweight. CJ says the secret is to knock the other guy out. If you just knock them out, then you win. CJ is brilliant. Brilliant observation, CJ. Absolutely incredible. So apt. So apt. Yeah, that was a great fight, though. Yeah, this card really turned around. The first 2 fights were terrible, and then it really picked up with some skill. Austin MP says, expletive, that guy was pretty good. I just don't want to see JDS lose again. Yeah, it's tough. Why? I mean, he's been knocked out so many times. Given their age, yeah, that was like, yeah. If they fought 10 out of 10 times, that would be a prime 10 out of 10 would be tough to call, right? Because Junior's always got that chance to clip him. I'd probably go Despain 7 out of 10. We gotta watch him more, though. This guy's kind of awesome. He's a little old, though. That's kind of the problem for, like, a real run at, like, some kind of GOAT career. He's 37 already. He fought 3 times in 2023. Only once in 2024. Oh, he did Karate Combat another time in 2024, and then 4 times 2025. This guy's real good, though. And if he doesn't speak English, that's not good. If he wants to become a big star, he's got to work on his English. Austin MP says, heavyweight is older usually, but 37 is tough. Oh, yeah, it is older. You don't have to be 20 or 25. But, yeah, if he was, like, 29 right now, or even, like, 30, 31, he could make a serious run. Like, this guy's physical tools are incredible. Also, how long has he been grappling? Because picking up grappling when you're that old is kind of tough, too, if you want to become really high level. Ariel's such a goof. He's so cringe. Flatman B says, yeah, just Googled it, Bruce. It's to be expected at 11:30 Eastern. Yeah, I mean, if all these finishes are super quick, it might be earlier. It might be 11. It all depends on how fast these... Like, that was kind of fast, so... If they all finish in the first round, it should be earlier. What? Austin MP says the betting site Bet365 had the Nate fight listed at 940. Is he calling out Francis? Oh, so he does speak English. He says he wants his bonus. That's funny. Flatman B official says, any word on getting the OG channel back? Yeah, probably not. Just gotta have to build this one back up. Austin MP says, I could beat Francis at Madden easily. Are you sure he doesn't play Madden? Yeah, nobody ever really knows the main event time because if all the fights go to decision, it's longer. If they're all finished in the first round, it's much shorter. If half of them go to the decision and half don't, then it's somewhere in the middle, which is announced as 11 to 11:30. What? That's so cringe. Ronda said she wanted to remember as one of the best fighters ever. She's not even top 20. She's not even top 20 in women's. She's not even like top 10,000 of all fighters ever. Austin says Ronda looks like a little guy. Well, from the back, sure. So we got 3 more fights before the main event, and it's 10. So yeah, if they all finish in the first round, it might be earlier than 11. Might be around 11, a little earlier. So yeah, all depends. Austin MP says this Pernasse guy is supposed to be awesome. All right, let's look him up. See what we got here. Who the heck is Kenneth Cross? He doesn't even have a wiki. Saladin Parnassus, what a name. He's 28 years old from France. French Moroccan. He's what? He's 22-2. It's a good record. Mostly no names though. So he's been fighting on KSW. He's the KSW lightweight champion. Interesting. He just had 4 finishes as champ. What is this fight at? Because he's a champ at lightweight, but he lost the decision at welterweight for the welterweight strap in KSW. He also defended the featherweight champion. So he's a featherweight and light heavyweight champion in KSW. But I don't really see a lot of top fighters here on his resume. So, yeah. We'll see, I guess. I have no idea who the guy he's fighting is either. The guy he's fighting doesn't even have a wiki. Kenneth Cross. Kenneth the Boss Cross. He's 17-4. So I think this might be at lightweight, because Cross is a lightweight. It's got mostly no names too, so we'll see whether these guys are skilled or not. Flatman B says, YouTube has been more lax lately. I would give your channel one more dispute before giving up, man. I've filed probably 20. And I've been on... They don't have a phone number, but I've been on their chat support and email about 20 times, speaking to supervisors, etc. They all say the same thing, that the initial ruling cannot be reviewed, and it was already determined. And so, I'm like, obviously there was a mistake made. Can you go check it? And they refused to go check it. They just said the original must be true. I'm like, what? It doesn't make any... Like... What's the whole point of, like, having a supervisor to check to make sure the work was done correctly? Austin MP says, I can't wait for Nate to show out tonight. I don't know much about him, but Gru hyped him and he's a big favorite. YouTube needs you to admit Fader at least top 2. Okay, if you factor in career, if you're doing career plus skill... I still have Crow Cop as number 1. He beat a bunch of champions. Number 2 career. Would I put Fader at number 2 heavyweight factoring career? So if we're putting... Are we putting career equal to skill or career above skill? Because Nogueira's up there also. You'd probably have to go Fader... Like, if you're factoring skill... Career more than skill, or career and skill equally factored. Crow Cop number 1, Fader number 2, Nogueira number 3. Well, he didn't actually beat Crow Cop. Watch that fight again. Pride rules heavily favors damage, and Crow Cop did all the damage. Read the rules. Read the Pride rules. You might think he did, but read the rules. Crow Cop literally broke his face. He broke his nose, broke his whole face. Fader controlled him in the later rounds. On UFC scoring, Fader won, but they fought in Pride, with Pride scoring, which Crow Cop clearly won under Pride rules. Alright, let's see what's going on with this fight. Why was this fight above Junior? Junior is kind of a big name. Flatman B says, I find Ronda very unattractive, but some might find her pretty. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know anybody who could find her pretty. Like, prime Ronda on weigh-ins is alright, if you don't count her personality. But other than that, she's like a chunky trailer park lady. She looks like a chunky trailer park trash lady. And with the personality to match. I have no idea how anybody thought she's a role model of any kind. This cross is 17-4. Austin MP says, I'm not a big Ronda fan. I just think she wins tonight. But how does she win? There's like, other than a fluke, how does she win? My favorite women MMA is Miesha Tate and Joanna J. Jędrzejczyk. Jędrzejczyk was fun to watch. Not the most technical. You don't like GINA Carano? After rewatching, like, I wasn't the biggest GINA Carano fan, but I did watch the Cyborg fight live. After rewatching it again yesterday, I am now a GINA Carano fan. And seeing how good she looked during the workout. Like, I can't remember the last time I've been impressed with a female martial artist, a mixed martial artist's hands like that. Her hands looked so good. And her toughness in the Cyborg fight, I forgot about all that. I thought she just got destroyed, but she didn't. Austin says Joanna had crazy hands. Crazy speed. She was really fast, not really good technique. Miesha Tate was a very decent fighter, but not great fight IQ. She should have beaten Ronda Rousey easily. She had all the tools and just terrible fight IQ. Austin says, the Nate fight is my main event, but I'm excited to see Ronda because of your view of her. It's not my view, it's just reality, my friend. See, that's what logic is, right? It's empirically verifiable reality. Like, you could check her record, you could check, like, watch the fights and what happened in the fights. It's all very easy to see. Austin says, Miesha the hottest by a mile. I would say not even close, my friend. She's above average for sure. You want to turn this into the most attractive female fighter? That's a hard question. What about Karolina Kowalczyk or whatever? She's also a really good fighter. Kowalkiewicz? I cannot pronounce that name. She lost so many fights she shouldn't have lost, though. Wow, she's 40 now? No way. That's crazy. She seemed like so young just like 10 years ago. Yeah, she's got a lot of losses, but she came up 10-0 before losing to Joanna. Yeah, I don't think she had the best training team, but she had a lot of tools. Yeah, Joanna didn't look bad at all. Above average for sure. She looked kind of weird during the weigh-ins, but I think I'm gonna have to go Carolina Kowalkiewicz or whatever for best looking fighter. Maybe. Everybody has Gina as number one, but I don't know. She's definitely up there, but... Alexa Grasso? I don't even remember what she looks like. I may have seen one or two of her fights. Oh, no way. She looks really weird. Look at the first picture that comes up when you look her up on the wiki. I'm gonna go with Carolina as my top pick. Paige Van Zandt looked okay before all the plastic. Like when she first debuted, actually. Before all the plastic. Alright, here we go. Let's see what's going on with this fight here. Pernase catches the kick, ends up on top. Somehow Cross just pops to his feet, light speed. Wow, explosive. Cross trying to go hard for the takedown, but might not be able to get it. Oh, he gets it. Oh, Pernas gets right back up. These guys are crazy. Looks like it's going to be a good fight here. Fighting in the clinch. Cross really wants this takedown. That was crazy how he got it and Pernas just popped right up like nothing. It was crazy. Can't remember the last time I saw something like that. Oh, now Pernas ends up on top in the scramble. They haven't thrown a lot of strikes. It's been all grappling so far, mostly. Back in the clinch against the cage. I don't know. If they start throwing hard, this might not leave the first round either. Both these guys look pretty explosive. Alright, now it's getting a little slow. Okay, now they separated. Okay, boom. Cross with a jab. That's funny. Cross with a jab. Is Cross going to start throwing some crosses? Ooh. Now they're swinging. Back and forth swinging. Throwing hard. Pernas probably would have knocked him out if that landed. That was a hard hook. Oh, now Cross going for the leg again. Up now it's slow in the clinch again against the cage. Now Parnas going for the leg. And he's got the takedown. Up kick from Cross, but Parnas is back on top of him. Pounding away. Oop, Cross rolling. Oh, Pernas in full mount in the scramble. Looks like he was punching the back of the head a little bit. Now he got the back. Is he going to sink a choke right here? He's got the hooks in. He might get a minute 40 left. Ooh, Cross pulling on the arm to try to get out of the position up doesn't work. And now Pernas takes the back. with some punches. 130 left, pounding away. Is he going to stop this? Rolls to his back, back to his stomach. Pernas pounding away here. Wow, that was right in the back of the head. Ooh. Another one in the back. There was like 4 punches to the back of the head, but... 1 minute. Oh, he got back to his feet and caught another big punch. Oh, this fight got crazy. They're swinging for the fences. Oh, 45 seconds left. He might actually survive this. Ooh, to the body. Oh, to the head. Oh, it's over. Okay. All right. We're moving at a good pace here. This might not be that long of a night. Austin MP says Pernas looks like an updated version of Leon Edwards. Yeah. Way updated. I mean, this guy's explosive. They're both explosive. That was a good fight. That was a really good fight. Austin MP says this cage feels so much more alive than the current UFC cage. Maybe just novelty. Austin MP says KK not bad. PVZ fake as expletive only now though. Do you remember? Look up Paige Van Zant during her debut. Look up Paige on her debut. She actually started looking a little wonky even before all the plastic. But look at her MMA debut. Austin MP says Misha clears all. I mean, she does not have the best proportions in her face. I mean, she looks good, but I think Carolina has a lot more proportional face. Is the Nate fight up next? Is it Nate or Nagano? It says it's a triple main. I think the Nate fight might be next. Austin MP says 7-foot tall ring announcer. Austin MP says Paige Van Zandt looks a little stupid in my opinion. We're not talking about looking intelligent, right? Austin MP says I think Francis is fighting before Nate. Well, on the card, like even on the image on the screen right now, the inside fight is the main event. So the second main would be Nagano. Unless they didn't. Well, actually, it's kind of hard to tell. That'd be kind of crazy if they have the heavyweight fight before. So many French people, feels like the Count of Monte Cristo. Nate is the people's champ, homie. I wouldn't say so. Maybe you could say that about Nick. I don't know if I could say that about Nate. Austin MP says Jake puts the girls on last because he's woke. Is he woke? Austin MP says Nick Bro gets a pass. Always, them is the rules round here. No, you could say that about Nick. You gotta give Nick some respect. But Nate, nah. I don't see how Nate's earned any respect at all. Riding on the coattails of his brother. If that was in order, then the Nagano fight is next. Yeah, if that's in order, it's Nagano next. Then Nate. Austin MP says they ain't fighting Pernas. Wait, who's not fighting Pernas? Oh, anybody? This guy thought... This guy thought all the fights were good. The first two fights were not good at all. If they exist. Does he know she's getting wrecked? They're really rolling out the red carpet for the for the trailer trash. Sarah Catherine says, I'm still here, just being quiet. So did you watch the fight? So you're watching, these are your first MMA fights, Sarah? What do you think so far? Austin MP says, he called them out. He's too good with the name value yet for these guys unless Jake overpays. Supposedly Jake is overpaying everybody. That's how this whole thing got together. Austin MP says, Travis Brown, I think Kane beat too. I might be wrong. So Travis Brown, wasn't Travis Brown having a great record until he started training with Ronda's coach Edmund? And then he got destroyed all the time. Basically destroyed his career. Did I get that right? I believe that was the story back then. Man, all this like MMA from all these years ago is starting to come back to me. Because I used to watch all these fights. Yeah, Kane TKO'd him. Yeah, Travis Brown had a great record until hooking up with Ronda's coach, Edmund. He's 6'6". Big guy. So he was 16-2 with Winklejohn and Greg Jackson, John Jones's main team before. And then he went on a losing streak. 2-3-0 since then. As of September 28th, 2016. And then he actually lost twice more after that. So he went 5-2. Yeah, he went 5-2 since hooking up with Edmund. Before that, he was actually viewed as like a major force in the division. Edmund destroyed a lot of careers. Austin MP says Travis Brown looks like Mac Miller got hit with a ray gun. Austin MP says Travis Brown moved pretty good. Yeah, he did. He was actually pretty good. I remember watching him before he got to Edmund. A lot of the heavyweights were scared of him because he was a big guy was pretty decent fighter. What did Edmund do to him? So Linz is a light heavyweight. He's beaten nobody. His biggest win is Ovens St. Preux at light heavy. I mean, this guy is not doesn't appear to be impressive at all. He's got losses to nobodies, wins over nobody. Andrei Arlovsky did beat him by decision in 2020. Past his prime, Arlovsky beat him. They should have got Arlovsky for this fight. Or Fedor. Imagine if they got Fedor Emelianenko for this fight. This event would have been so much bigger if they got Fedor. Austin MP says Arlovsky would beat Francis right now. I mean, I don't know about that. Prime Arlovsky, I'd go 7 out of 10 times. Maybe. I don't know. It's hard. Ngannou has such incredible power. I mean, it's tough to even predict. I don't think Fedor beats Ngannou 10 out of 10 times. I think the best is 5 out of 10. They might, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I was never on the Ngannou hype train. I don't think he's the greatest of all time or anything, but his power is crazy. They should have got Fedor versus Ngannou. This fight would have been huge. Arlovsky's retired, though. He just lost a split decision June 2024. I mean, I'm pretty sure he retired. Oh, wow. I guess not. He's boxing now. Wow, Arlovsky's 1-0 in dirty boxing, 2-0 in bare knuckle boxing, 1-0 in professional boxing. He's been racking up boxing wins. He just fought. He just beat Ben Roth. Oh, I did see that. February 2026. I did see a short clip of that. Totally forgot about that. Yeah, Arlovsky's been dominating in boxing. I mean, this is a Sambo guy. Austin MP says Fedor murks Ngannou off your Xanax tonight. Oh, Fedor definitely beats him a certain percentage of the time. I just don't know what that percentage is. You think Fedor beats Ngannou 10 out of 10 times? I don't think so. I'm not sure Crow Cop beats Ngannou 10 out of 10 times. Maybe with the low kick. Fedor doesn't have a great low kick. He has a good low kick, but it's not a great low kick. Yeah, I totally forgot Arlovsky was still active. With Arlovsky's boxing, yeah, he probably does beat Ngannou now, too. Still not sure if he'd beat him 10 out of 10 times, though. Austin MP says Fader could beat Bruce Lee and Steven Seagal. And he could out-talk Alex Jones in English. What are you smoking? You're off your Xanax. Aaron Crypt says, I've always wanted to see Brock versus Fader. That fight, Fader wins 10 out of 10 times. That fight was done deal. Brock has nowhere near the power of Ngannou. Ngannou beats Brock 10 out of 10 times, too. Brock was super fun to watch, and he's actually a good fighter. It's just, I don't think he could beat, like, the top dogs. I think Brock destroys all the middle of the pack heavyweights and gets destroyed by the absolute top of the pack. But always super exciting. You can't say Brock is not exciting. Austin MP says Fader versus Brock could still happen at WrestleMania. I love Brock. It could still happen in MMA. These guys are not that old. And they're both in decent shape. Austin MP says, imagine Brock was always an MMA guy early on. Yeah, I could see him being better than Mark Coleman, and Coleman was pretty good. Alright, so far, the only fight I definitively predicted that has happened so far, obviously I have GINA Carano, 99% confidence. And once I looked them up, but before the fight started, I had DePayne over Junior Dos Santos. So I'm 1-0 for picks so far. I did not pick a winner in Pernas. So for this fight, I'm going to have to go Ngannou for the power. But I haven't seen this guy fight. Just based on the records, I'm picking Ngannou. I feel relatively confident. I'm going to go Ngannou beats this guy 9 out of 10 times. I'm going 90% confidence. Not 99, 90. Because this guy's 40 years old, too. I mean, if he was younger, I mean, even still, just the size discrepancy. I mean, they're saying this guy's intelligent. Is he like a genius at fight IQ? If he is, I mean, maybe that changes something slightly, but I think this might be a basic physics equation. Austin MP says Nagano's gonna kill him. I can tell he loses by his beard. That's how you make your determination? I mean, unless Ngannou has the flu or something, and this guy's some kind of fight IQ genius, I mean... Aaron Crypt says Lins was pretty good at light heavyweight, but ever since he has moved up, he has sucked. He's a heavyweight champ at some lower promotion, some kind of no-name promotion, but... I mean, if Francis has been training, like, this is kind of over before it starts. This guy's just too big. He's too big, and he's not a scrub. Like, if he had no skill, and he was just, like, a big powerhouse, like Tim Sylvia. Like, if he was Tim Sylvia, I actually don't know. I might lean Lins, even without seeing Lins fight, because Tim Sylvia was, like, all size, and practically no skill, and he was slow. And he wasn't that powerful given his size. He was really powerful because of his size. Ngannou is powerful beyond his size. Like, he's really big, but he's also crazy powerful. Like, more powerful than guys his size. Sarah says, I'm watching Bruce. I'll be right back. Gonna get a snack. Well, what do you think so far? Did you give what you thought? I don't know if I saw your comment, if you gave your... What do you think about the sport of MMA, since you've never watched MMA fights before? Yeah, it's kind of weird. Nagano's, he can't... Millions of dollars was not enough for him? He wants health care for his family, and it wasn't... UFC wasn't covering it? I mean, UFC does stand for you fight cheap according to the fighters, but still. You know, as a champion star, it basically, that is true, except if you're the champion. I've been more hyped for this card than any UFC card in forever. I don't know, this event looks pretty legit so far. Let's see if that changes, but so far these do not appear to be fixed fights to my eye. And I've seen a couple of fixed fights in both Pride and UFC, or at least highly suspicious fights that most likely were fixed, because they just looked so sketchy. Austin MP says Francis look a little smaller than older fights. He does look really lean. He does look a little bit leaner than usual. If he improved his speed even further, then he'd be really dangerous. I still don't know how this fight is before the Nate Diaz-Mike Perry fight. Probably because of Linz. If they got Fader or somebody. Austin MP says his beard's suspect too, but I think it went. 18-5 is not a terrible record. This is kind of crazy. They couldn't get a bigger fighter with their bankroll. It would be hilarious if Linz won, though. Nagano has been out for like 2 years, though, since he got knocked out by Joshua. That could be a factor. If his chin is cracked, that could be a factor. Actually, he fought at PFL Super Fights October 19th, 2024. So he did fight. He did win and fight since the Joshua KO. So he did fight in MMA. So let's see. But official prediction, Nagano knockout round 1. I'm going to go Nagano 90% victory. 80 drops to 80 if Linz is some kind of fight genius. And Nagano is a little bit cracked from the knockout. Ooh, hard log kick. Nagano does look a little bit leaner. Possibly a little faster, too. How good is Linz on the ground? He's a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. So he is a black belt. I don't know if that's like a legit black belt or a McDojo black belt, but black belt nonetheless. Ooh, hard knee by Francis. Yeah, Francis looks leaner and faster. Oh, another hard knee. Why does a Brazilian guy have an afro? Oh, hard body shots by Francis. He shoots for a takedown. I don't think he can get it. Nope. Francis on top. Landed some hard shots. It might be over soon. Unless Linz pulls out like a triangle out of nowhere. He just looks so small and helpless. Like the weight discrepancy is just... Why didn't he put on more weight? Did he not have time? Or was he always like a super tiny heavyweight? Now, if he survives the onslaught, but Francis looks in better shape here, so he might not gas out. Unless he could really last to the 5th round. And then anything can happen, but it's probably going to end right here. Oh, wow, he's scrambling up. Catching some hard shots on his way up to his feet. But he's still up. Wow. Wow, Francis with a fast right high kick. That was scary. I didn't know Francis could kick that high or that fast. That was scary. Linz clipped him with a shot, but Francis hit him with 2 hard punches. Francis in prime position for a knee, but didn't do it. Oh, there's a weak one. That super fast right high kick by Francis was so impressive. I don't remember him kicking at all. Couple of body shots by Francis. Minute 35 left. That'd be crazy if this got out of the first round. It'd be crazy. Linz took some damage. I don't think he can get a takedown. He's got one arm under Francis's left leg, but... Man, he just took like 10 punches to the body. Hard punches. If he makes it out of this round, I don't think he makes it out of the second. Barring some kind of flukish... Linz trying to go for a takedown. Couldn't get it there. Trying to trip. Couldn't get another body punch. His ribs might be broken, too. Francis hit him hard. I don't know. Judging by his face, he just looked at the clock. Linz just looked at the clock, but he doesn't seem that affected by these shots to the body. And he just pressed Zingano against the cage. Ooh, Francis with an elbow missed. Linz threw a punch to the back of the head. Kind of hard to tell if it hit or not. Ooh, he's out. He's out. And Francis finishes him. 2 for 2, baby. 2 for 2. Maybe I should have bet on these fights. Crazy power. And he looks leaner and faster. Very scary. Austin MP says, Francis could be #1 heavyweight if he was active enough. Yeah, probably. Who thinks... I don't know if John Jones can beat this guy. Like the older... The previous heavier, slower Francis, maybe. But the Francis tonight was crazy. Austin MP says, imagine Nate had a full beard. That would look ridiculous. He'd probably look better. Nate looks so goofy. But good job for Nagano, because the ref didn't stop it. Francis could have really done, like, some permanent damage. Herb Dean was being a retard there. The guy, like, Linz was totally out, and Herb Dean did nothing. And Francis had the wherewithal to not permanently damage the guy. Good on Francis. Herb Dean, what a failure in that fight. If Francis followed up with a big shot, I mean, that could have been permanent damage. The guy was unconscious. Aaron Crypt says, who do you have for Nate versus Perry? What method to victory? I'm leaning Mike Perry just based on activity and power. I'm going to go Mike Perry either first round stoppage or decision. I know that's not an exact answer. I'm going Mike Perry. Perry wins this fight 7 out of 10 times. 70% confidence in this one. The least so far. Austin says, I got Nate by early sub or late finish. Perry could win early. KO. Austin MP says, Nate puts in work late. Nate almost beat Leon. Mike lost to everybody in MMA. Yeah, but has Perry ever fought a pillow fister like Nate? Yeah, Nate does up the volume late in fights if it gets there. So yeah, no, I could see an early submission as well if they go to the ground to scramble. I'm not sure. I think 65% accuracy. 65% Mike Perry. Somewhere between 65 and 70%. I'm leaning Perry. Austin MP says Nate by Wigger Magic. I could totally see it. I totally see Wigger Magic making the difference. Man, Ariel is such a goof. What a goof tard. Yeah, and Nagano gave Linz his props. Austin MP says, stupid chain. John Cena wouldn't wear that chain. Yeah. It's so fugly. What is that? I wonder if him and Paul are going to have a situation here. Paul looks so goofy in the background there. I'm gonna have to lean Francis over John Jones, too. That kind of size, power, and speed. Nagano is funny. Paul's actually not that stupid. Supposedly super shady, though. A lot of stories about him and his brother having a house. A lot of abuse going on with women and all that stuff. Like, as they were becoming famous. Years ago. Ariel's fake hype is so cringe. Remember when Rhonda was saying she could beat Cain Velasquez under the right circumstances? Seriously though, I do feel bad for Rhonda. Like as a retarded person, she just got gaslit so much. Like people with mental disabilities like Rhonda shouldn't be gaslit like this. Tyrone Woodley schooling John Jones on business. It's just hilarious. I mean, Francis is 19-3. Ronda is 12-2. I mean, she can't even open her mouth. 12-2? And you want to talk about being the GOAT? John Jones is a mark. It's probably going to be a first round stoppage, but not the way that John said. Sarah says, I got some peanut butter crackers. It looks a little scary. Austin MP says she's still going to win. She believes in herself. She believed in herself against Holly Holm and Nunes, too, didn't she? And at the Olympics when she lost. I do wonder the legality is John Jones allowed to promote or be involved in commentary on screen? I mean, obviously he's allowed to attend events. Is he allowed to be part of a rival promotion's broadcast? I mean, I do wonder what's going to happen there. Don't they need to... Don't you need permission to... Like, a non-MMA organization, I guess they don't have jurisdiction there, but against a competitor? I do wonder. Austin MP says, he just said the fight has to happen. Now he says he's retired. John Jones has always been funny. Austin MP says, Gina getting ragdolled by Ronda later on. Well, Ronda was the one getting ragdolled by Holly. You think Holly has better grappling than Gina? Gina's at least been training grappling a lot more than Holly. I think they're roughly equal strength. I mean, I don't know. Could you, even if Holly is a little bit stronger, it doesn't matter because ragdolled Rousey so easily, like a small child. Like, even if Gina isn't quite that strong, she would just ragdoll Ronda as a slightly bigger child. Austin MP says Holly has takedown defense and scary striking. Well, so does Gina. Ronda knows she can't strike now. She will shoot the whole time. Okay, this is curious. You think Ronda isn't that much of a narcissist as to think her striking isn't horrible? Like, she did shadow boxing and mitt work in public yesterday. So you think that was all acting? I mean, she did get in there against Nunes and got lit up. The question is, how much harder does Nunes hit versus Holly or Gina? Let's see if AI can figure that out. I wonder if she ever did that machine. So she did not. So Gina was on Sports Science and clocked 650 pounds of force with punches. 650 pounds of force. So it was never released. So it says here the top female fighters generate 300 to 500 pounds of force. Gina was clocked at 650. Nothing released for Holly Holmes. Holly Holm. Yeah. AI estimated it 350 to 450 for Holmes, for Holly Holm, based on her weight. So it's actually possible that Gina hits harder than Holly. Most likely Nunes hits harder than both of them, but maybe not by a whole lot. Yeah, Over the Hill Cyborg. Come on, Austin MP. Are you really going to compare Over the Hill Cyborg versus Prime Cyborg that fought Gina? Really? Why is she still training in a gi? That's just so dumb. Like, look at the narcissist. Judo, how was Judo holding her back? She just wasn't good enough to win, so she moved to a smaller talent pool in MMA. Like I said, if she had fought, like Nunes was around, Shevchenko was around, Marlos Conan was around, all of these fighters would have just eviscerated her early in her career and she would have never had her rise to fame. So it was just sheer luck that Trailer Park Trash made it to the world stage and got famous off of this. The greatest fraud in combat sports. Austin MP says, did Gina beat Cyborg? Well, no, but if you watch the fight, it actually looks like it was stopped early. It was stopped at the bell of the first round, but Gina wasn't really, I mean, she took damage, but she was good to go. And Cyborg does gas. So I think Gina, I mean, I don't know if I'd put it at 50-50, but it might be around 50-50. Gina could have won that fight going into the second round. I don't know. We didn't get to see it. Gina was a lot better than I remember after rewatching the fight. I think Gina could potentially beat Holly Holm, too. And actually Amanda Nunes, too. Gina took the most damage from Cyborg I've ever seen. And kept going. Like, Gina's durability might be greater than anyone's. I mean, Nunes has been submitted. She got knocked out by Alexis Davis. Got decisioned by Sarah D'Alelio. Got finished by Kat Zingano. I think Gina Carano hits harder than Kat Zingano. So I think Gina could beat Nunes now. That'd be an interesting fight. Austin MP says, Nunes lost early, then got on TRT and got shark eyes. Yeah, I'm sure that was a huge factor. But she's really not that skilled. Yeah, the performance enhancers definitely got her power up a lot. But she also got subbed by Juliana Pena. So she has a finish loss to Juliana Pena. And then I think Shevchenko beat her. I think Shevchenko beat her both times, actually. I gotta watch that first fight again. She definitely beat her in the second fight, which was a split decision. Their first fight, she got a majority decision over Shevchenko. I have to watch that again, though. Did she never avenge her loss to Zingano? Yeah, I don't think she avenged her loss to Zingano either. I think, yeah, Kayla Harrison destroys Nunes, too. Like, easily. Easily. Like, I don't think it would be competitive. Yeah, Nunes has no... I don't think Nunes has a real place in the top 3 all-time, even. It doesn't matter how many Kat Zingano lost. Like, don't you want to avenge a relatively recent... Like, I could understand like, Nunes is not going to avenge her early losses to no-names. But, yeah, an active fighter still fighting the top of the division, losing or not. I mean, there's just so many fighters that would easily beat Rousey. I mean, it's just crazy how many. Like, at least 10 that would beat her easily, and then another 10, you know, maybe not so easily. I mean, in what world does Rousey ever beat Shevchenko? Shevchenko could give her a handicap in weight and still win. Actually, there's probably a couple of female fighters who could give her a weight handicap and still win. Gina barely even trying to shadow box is light years ahead of Rousey going 100%. It's just so funny. It's so funny. They're really stretching out these promos because of these first round stoppages. They're really going to try to make the main event 11:30 no matter what. It might be later at this point. It might be later at this, but they're really stretching out these promos. That's a hilarious story. Man, this footage looks old. She was chunky in that. I don't think they even mentioned here that she was a 3-sport athlete before going into MMA. Unlike a lot of these part-time soccer moms that Rousey beat that just got into MMA just cause. Just because the talent pool was so shallow, they were just swinging for the fences and hoping for the best. And actually sometimes winning. Yeah, they really put a lot of filler in here. I guess they were preparing to do that because they wanted the main event to start at whatever time, no matter what. Austin MP saying UFC 329 has a great main card. Let me just check it out. I haven't watched a full UFC in forever. But if people like this fight companion, I guess we could call it, we keep doing it. Wait, when did they announce Holloway McGregor? Did they just announce that? Like, is that confirmed? Yeah, I would not call this great at all. It's alright. Yeah, I mean, there's only a couple of names on it. I don't like the McGregor Holloway fight. Wasn't that great of a fight first time around. Yeah, I know there were rumors about it, but yeah, I've been watching this, so maybe there was an official announcement. Mike Perry's 34, Nate's 41. Okay, that changes things a little bit. I actually thought Mike Perry was older. All right, I'm going to have to up it from 65 to 70% Perry. I might go 75% Perry. I might go 75% to 80% Perry because of their age. The age differential. Then again, I mean, I don't know. He hasn't taken that much damage. He got KO'd in boxing twice, but yeah, he hasn't actually taken as much. For some reason, I thought he had taken more damage. I'm going 75% Perry now. 100% Nate Diaz complains after the fight if he loses, though. Yeah, Connor's super fun fighter. I have no idea where you would rank him all time, but he's definitely fun. I'm going 70. I've amended my from 65 to 70. I'm going 75% Perry victory. Factoring in their ages. Perry's kind of a goof, but yeah, I just going through his record, he appears to not have taken that much damage. Austin MP says, I got a little on Nate, but I'm worried because I think the public is backing Nate. Well, okay, so far, I don't think any of these fights have been fixed. Obviously, Ronda Gina is the most likely to be fixed or have some kind of background exhibition agreement. Like, I would have never thought Mike Tyson would agree to something like that, but apparently Jake Paul brings out the lack of integrity in other people as well. But it's just so tough to believe Gina would agree to that. I think Gina's finishing Rousey early and easy. 99% confidence on that one. Like I said, unless something really flukish happens. A slip, a scramble, something like that. And I think Ronda in some kind of weird slip scramble situation. I mean, Ronda might actually knock Gina out. I mean, it's a fight, right? Like, it's a fight. Again, I have 99% confidence in Gina winning, but the other 1% is not necessarily Ronda by armbar. It could be Ronda by knockout. Austin MP says Perry on steroids. Nate will say that if he loses. He'll probably say that if he wins too. All his wigger antics. I don't know. As cringe as being a wigger is in your 20s, I mean, being a wigger in your 40s, I mean, that's rough. And unapologetically. Nate Diaz is unapologetically wiggerific. So, Austin MP, you're 2-0 for your predictions tonight so far, right? You did not make a prediction on the one fight I did not make a prediction on. The Oh, you picked against. Wait, you picked JDS? Now we gotta count all of them. So you're 1-1? Because did neither one of us pick the fight? I forgot the guy's name. The light heavyweight champ from the Polish promotion. Yeah, at some point your durability runs out. Like, Diaz can't cruise on that forever. He's not Nick. Nick is smart enough. Like, Nick has enough fight IQ where he can make up for that, but to a certain extent. Austin MP says, I picked JDS, but I knew he would probably lose. So why did you pick him? Just... Oh, you did pick that guy? So you're 2-1. Okay. Yeah, I didn't pick that other fight because I did not know anything about either guy. They were both pretty good though. Nate's just so cringe. It's like he's trying to be his brother, but he's not his brother. Like, Nick is actually kind of cool. Nate is not. Nate Diaz is just LARPing as Nick Diaz. Chris Laban, this is hilarious. How is his brain functional enough to be a judge? Yeah, he's got a lot of losses, but I think they were, they were mostly decision losses. Yeah, they were mostly decisions, except for the Geoff Neal fight. Got TKO'd. Yeah, Nate Diaz might be getting permanently retired tonight. If the knockout is really vicious, is he ever going to fight again? He's got like no biceps and he's flexing. The LARPing. I'm going 75% Mike Perry here. Perhaps it should be higher. I don't know. Handle your business. Let's see what happens if this is going to get out of the first round. Nate Diaz knocked himself back while kicking Perry. The power differential's crazy. We almost went hockey fight there. Well, Perry's got decent kicks. Yeah, Diaz has the range, though. Diaz just landed 1 or 2 solid shots. Ooh, elbow by Perry. Ooh, knee by Perry. Ooh, another knee to the body by Perry. Oh! Hip toss by Diaz. Pretty nice. Perry ends up on top, side control. Now he's back up. That was nice timing by Nate. I mean, that was just all timing. Perry dropping some punches. Oh! I would get out of there if I was Perry. Diaz going for a knee bar. How good is Perry on the ground? I don't know. Is he good? Probably not as good as Diaz, but good enough to not get subbed. Maybe. Maybe not. If he doesn't get him here, that was Nate Diaz's best chance. Because they're still dry and not sweaty. Perry tells him to come up. Nate Diaz might have just blown his best shot right there. Swing and a miss from Diaz. Also, how far into the 40s can the Diaz brothers go and still maintain that cardio? Because Nate Diaz's cardio did not look as good in some of the recent fight over the past few years, even though he can still easily go the distance. Oh! Body shot from Perry. Diaz trying to go for another hip toss. Didn't get it this time. I think Diaz is done. Unless he's playing possum. He's almost turning his back and walking away. Unless he's playing possum, he's done. Ooh, another body shot. He might be playing possum, I don't know. He might be really hurt and playing possum. 2 minutes. Is Perry gonna gas out trying to finish him here, though? That's the other thing. How good is Perry's gas tank? There's Diaz with like 4 pillow punches. They still take out like 0.1 hit points, so they're not 0. Especially if you throw hundreds and hundreds of them. Even little girl punches add up eventually. If the fight gets that long. Perry dodging the last couple. Stiff jab from Perry. Ooh, hook misses. That could have been the end of the fight right there. Oh, Diaz just clipped him with a hook. And a straight. And another straight. Last 3 missed, though. Ooh. 3 punches in a row for Diaz. With slightly more power than the other pillow shots. Perry looks like he's about to get pissed off and start swinging hard. Which might be what Diaz wants. To gas him out. Is Diaz going with the Homer Simpson strategy of boxing? Just exhaust his opponent by having them land so many hard shots. Oh, another knee to the body. If Perry keeps going to the body, I think he's got this pretty easy. Diaz putting his hands on his hips with 20 seconds left. Diaz looks gassed out here. But the Diaz brother known for their 2nd, 3rd, and 4th wins, though. He looked kind of gassed out there. Elbows from Perry. He's got his back. Yeah, Perry looks pissed off, which is probably what Nate wants to exhaust him further. That was a crazy first round. Crazy first round. What an entertaining fight. I'm actually kind of surprised. I'm a little surprised Nate Diaz survived that. It looks like Perry intentionally was pacing himself. Austin MP says fun round, yeah. Yeah, that was... Well, Diaz is definitely not in garbage shape, but I think that was mostly Perry that let him off the hook there. And it could potentially end up costing him the fight. Because, yeah, I mean, it all depends on Diaz's conditioning. It definitely does. It's definitely not what it used to be, but it might still be good enough. But I don't know. So far, Perry easily won that round. He did all the damage there. Diaz got a couple shots, but not that many. So that was pretty much all Perry. Can he keep that up for 4 more rounds? Probably not. Probably not. But can Nate Diaz sustain that kind of damage round after round? Especially to the body. He could probably sustain that to the head, but maybe not to the body. I would be a little surprised if this gets out of the 2nd round here. Unless Perry really lets him off the hook or something weird happens. Or a Hail Mary submission from Diaz. Perry looks like he's headhunting now, which is... He needs to go to the body. I mean, he really did some body damage in round 1. Oh, there he goes. Another body shot. That one wasn't that clean, though. Diaz just leaning forward and then covering his head. Just missed 3 jabs. Oop. That was not clean from Diaz. Perry with another knee to the body, misses an elbow. Diaz misses 2 punches in a row. Ooh, Perry with a nice uppercut and a couple of hooks. If he doesn't get overzealous here, he might have it won here. Another solid elbow. Ooh, another elbow, another uppercut. Misses with a hook. He's got Diaz backing up. Ooh, nice, mixed it up to the body. Nice body shot. Perry's a decently intelligent fighter so far. He didn't get super overzealous, and he looks like he's still pacing himself. Diaz just landed a punch. Perry with another hook. Yeah, they both look kind of tired. Ooh, nice kick from Perry. Perry did a nice front kick to the body. He needs to keep going with knees, punches, and kicks to the body. And he could probably finish it in this round. 2:40 left. Another nice elbow. Those elbows are nice, too. Oh, is he going to go for a takedown? That would be a mistake. Why would you want to go to the ground with Nate Diaz? Just doesn't make any sense. But now they're a little sweatier, so it's going to be a little harder. Is he trying to go for a choke? What was that? Why would you try to go for a choke against Nate Diaz? Diaz's face is all bloody. He's getting pieced up. Why would Perry do that? I take back my comment about the IQ. Unless he was just trying to throw him off and then he's going to fake doing that later and strike instead, then maybe. I don't know. Is Perry playing 5D chess here? Is he playing 5D chess? Nice punch to body, 2 punches to the head, and a nice knee from Perry. Diaz goes down. Is he playing possum, though? Oh, another hard punch. Perry's just not afraid of Diaz's ground game, which might be a mistake. That might be a mistake. Hard elbows. Diaz is all bloody. A lot of slippery blood. Man, some of these punches are decent power in the ground and pound from Perry. He's scoring major points. This is a 10-8 round. 1 minute left. 1 minute 10 left. Diaz got up real slow there. Blood dripping all over him. Diaz getting absolutely outclassed here. I mean, the Homer Simpson strategy, I mean, it can work. Oh, hard shot to the body from Perry. Man, I'm kind of becoming a Perry fan here. His IQ is decent. He's not just headhunting. He's mixing it up. Oh, another hard shot to the body. This might be a 10-7 round. Diaz hasn't landed anything. Ooh, another shot to the body. Diaz is covered in blood. This is a 10-7 round. 10-7. If Perry doesn't gas out, it's all over. Ooh, a nice shot to the shin. Kick to the shin. Diaz throws a punch, misses by a mile. Perry answers back with a shot. Another body shot. Diaz on the run, knee to the head. Nice knockdown. 10-7. Diaz saved by the bell. Absolutely outclassed. Sarah Catherine says bloody at. Nah, that's 10-7. That's 10-7 Perry. They might stop this fight and then Diaz is going to complain about it. I mean, he's just pouring blood right now. I mean, this is the definition of outclassed. I mean, when you can only rely on your opponent gassing for a Hail Mary win, I mean, that's just not a great fighter, in my opinion. It can be a winning strategy, and it has been for the Diaz brothers. But I just would not call that, like, that's just not in the realm of being a great fighter. They stopped the fight. Yeah, they knew Diaz was going to get finished, so just to save face, they stopped it. That's pathetic. Because now Diaz can still run his mouth saying that he didn't really lose. I mean, he was saved by the bell anyway. He just got knocked down and he was about to get grounded, pounded into oblivion, and there's just way too much blood and sweat. Like, he's just not that dangerous with the submissions when all the blood and sweat, you could just slip your arm or leg out. I mean, he got wrecked. He got absolutely wrecked. So I'm 3-0 for predictions right now. Let's see if my highest probability prediction will come true. Gina Carano, 99% chance of victory. Yeah, Perry's stock definitely went up. I kind of like Mike Perry now. Mostly because of his fight IQ, and it's like he didn't degenerate into just a headhunter like a lot of MMA fighters, especially that have decent power. When they see that their opponent is hurt, they just start headhunting, and sometimes it costs them the fight. But he stayed intelligent and kept mixing it up to the body, some leg kicks, elbows, diverse attack. Pretty impressive stuff. Austin MP says he looked done immediately. Yeah, that first body shot took the fight out of him. The only chance Nate really had is on the ground, and he didn't attack as quickly the first time. And then, because Perry stayed on the ground longer than he should have the first time when they were both dry early in the fight. But yeah, he kind of looked like that in the Conor McGregor. I mean, Nate Diaz has been out of his prime for a really long time, and he was never actually good, so there's also that. Like, Nick actually was good and still is kind of good. That was easily a 10-7 round, possibly a 10-6 round. Yeah, Perry did not respect Diaz's power because Diaz doesn't have power. Diaz was just waiting for Perry to gas out by hitting him. The Homer Simpson strategy. Yeah, those body shots were nice. Very effective with the body shots. Austin MP says Nick has to come back and fight Perry now. At least that might be competitive. Yeah, Nate, that was not competitive. It's kind of messed up. They wouldn't let Nate go out on his shield. And Nate always has a chance. He's always got that 1% chance. If Perry ever got exhausted enough. They denied him that. Let's see if Diaz complains, though. And that's called being humble. Ronda should take some notes here. Not taking Ariel's bait. Does anybody really want to see a rematch with Nate, though? Austin said he was almost out of blood. A valiant effort? How is that a valiant effort? He just got Homer Simpson without the victory. And the excuses come already. What? Wow, did he just admit defeat? That's so weird. He's got the cope of next time he's not going to be able to do nothing. But he said he couldn't see anything because of the blood. I mean, Nate Diaz's entire face is just all scar tissue now because he's such a horrible fighter. He's just always getting hit and relying on that Homer Simpson Hail Mary when his opponent gets tired of hitting him. I mean, that's not being a great fighter. Who thinks that's being a great fighter? That's being a single strategy fighter because you're not good enough to actually build power or have any other strategy. How is that being a good fighter? Austin says they will fight 8 times. Why is Woodley retired? He never really took that much damage either. He lost 4 in a row, but I mean, he still didn't really take that much damage. Yeah, this was actually a really good card. More exciting than most of the UFC cards, right? Alright, let's see the fraud get exposed. Maybe third time is the charm, and then we never have to see Ronda ever again. If they didn't have so much filler between these fights, we would already be done right now. Could have gone to bed early. Oh, here we go. Austin MP says Ronda by 4th round tornado super kick off the cage. Man, if only that were a betting option, what would the odds on that be? 1,000,000 to 1? I would totally put $1 on that. Well, at least the fight will probably be quick, so. Austin MP says if Ronda loses, she can box Sydney Sweeney. I don't know if I'd pick Ronda against Sydney Sweeney in a boxing match either. Interesting stuff says, well, it looks like Perry brought the hands. He sure did. What a beatdown. What an absolute beatdown. I mean, Nate offered almost no resistance whatsoever. Like, how is this guy still fighting, and how is this guy getting paid big money? Like, back when he was in his prime, he thought he deserved big money and never got it. Now he's way past his prime getting big money now that he doesn't deserve it. Not that he really deserved it back then either. I don't think, just based on the Holly Holm, now that, because Gina watched the Holly Holm fight and the Nunes fight, I think she knows Ronda can't handle any type of striking pressure. So I think she's going to give Ronda zero respect and finish it early. Otherwise, it's going to go later, like the Holly fight. Because Holly gave her a lot of respect. And I think Holly was surprised by how bad Ronda was at striking. Like, she's so discombobulated and the tempo is so awkward. I think that definitely threw Holly off. Like, Ronda actually hit her a couple times. Just by, like, winging. Ronda's just throwing her arm at weird angles because she doesn't know how to punch. And some of them landed. Because Holly's a professional boxer and kickboxer. She's never fought somebody as horrible as Rousey at striking. Interesting stuff says, I don't think Nate understood the mission. I think he understood it. He was just helpless to do anything against it because he has no tools. All he has is the Homer Simpson strategy of waiting for his opponent to get exhausted by hitting him. And then basically just letting muscle memory take over for the jiu-jitsu. I still, that 1%, like, if Gina slips or something and Ronda just clobbers her, I could see that happening too. I mean, highly unlikely, but it's a fight. Anybody giving 100% prediction on a fight is a bit goofy. And this is the fight most likely to be fixed. But the rest of the card looked pretty legit. I know a lot of people rightfully do not trust anything Paul is involved with. The question is this... Is this going to be legit? And we'll see by the way it unfolds. But if it's legit and there's no awkward slip or fluke scramble situation, obviously I got Gina 99% confidence. Even at her age, and factor in she really has not taken damage in her career. Like, age means a lot if you've been taking damage for years and years, like, for example, Nate Diaz has. Oh, wow. Let's see what Zingano says about this. She's probably just going to try to be PC. Yep. Talented and skilled? Nope. Confident? Yes. What ability? Man, most of the seats are still empty. Look up in all the seats. They're mostly empty at the top. That's crazy. I didn't pay attention to the arena. I mean, there's random people in seats up top, but not that many. I mean, it filled up a little bit since the prelims, but... Flatman B says, people are tailgating until the final match. They will fill up. Maybe. We'll see. I mean, isn't the fight starting in like a minute? Aren't they about to walk out right now? It's almost 12. Midnight Eastern. Oh, they got the counter here. 9 minutes. They really stretched this out. This could have been so much quicker. But I'm kind of impressed with this event. Other than the first two fights were terrible. But other than that, the entire card's been really solid. Flatman B says, did Dana have anything to do with this, or was it all Jake Paul, the setup? They tried to make the fight with Dana, but it didn't work out. And so, I think Jake Paul was just willing to pay more money. CM Punk, what a goof. What a goof. Picking his WWE compatriot. CM Punk, obviously a lead authority in MMA. Going 0-2 in MMA against some no-names. That's Carmen Electra. Why does she look so different? James Cameron looks crazy different too. David Spade does not look different. Wow, that's weird. Out of all the people. Alright, let's get this over with. Hopefully we never see Ronda Rousey ever again after this. And just to be clear, I do feel bad for her. Mentally disabled individual. According to an MMA fighter and former judoka who was in the know on the scene, said that she was passed around the judo community and abused as a teenager. Oh, is that your boy? Is that you? Is your boy our MMA fighter? Yeah, we've been going all night. So I do feel bad for Ronda because somebody like that mentally disabled should not have been gaslit into thinking she was good at something when she's not. Because then you get, you know, the whole pillow walk at the airport, all the crybaby stuff about not doing media, etc. I mean, I have no idea why she came back against Nunes. She got completely exposed as the fraud she was, and then she got in there with Nunes and got exposed as the fraud she was again. Now she's about to get in there with Carano and get exposed for the third time, unless there's some kind of fluke situation. Austin MP says, who would win, Eminem or Ronda in boxing? Ronda can't beat anybody in boxing. Your boy says everyone who watched that would lose. Oh, man. Flatman B says Eminem is a joke, though, so. Well, nothing is more of a joke than Ronda's striking. I mean, does anybody actually think that Eminem has worse boxing than this? Does anybody think Eminem has worse boxing than this? Remember when Ronda said she could beat Mayweather? And Cain Velasquez? Flatman B says, I think Gina could take Eminem all day. Maybe. Does Eminem train? Does that wigger train? I have no idea. Does he train? If he doesn't train, Gina could definitely win. If he trains, I don't know. Austin MP says, Eminem did some classes. I think he said he wasn't good. He's pretty scrawny, right? Flatman B says, why is Ronda so bad at striking? It's weird. People off the street are better. Well, your boy actually is very... He explained a couple things. That she was just really uncoordinated. Flatman B says, that takes skill to be that bad. Yeah. Man, why is this taking so long? They really stretched these segments out. I like faster paced events where it's like fight after fight after fight. This might be the longest. Oh no, it's not. The first Steven Seagal stream I did was probably longer than this one, but we're going on 6 hours here. Alright, finally. Other than a fluke situation, some kind of weird, shady ref activity, I got Gina 99%. Wow, she's 44. That's getting up there. She's still taking less damage than Ronda, though. Ronda took more damage in the Holly and Nunes fights. Austin MP says, "Are you watching Freedom 250 fights on June 14th? If everybody liked these, we could do these for every major fight card. I mean, major ones that I'm interested in. Most UFC cards, especially the fight nights, I have no interest in watching." More promos? What? Be crazy if it actually went the distance, though, wouldn't it? So, Austin, just for clarification, you're picking Ronda. Ronda round 1? Is that what you're picking? Yeah. Let's see if after this fight I have a perfect prediction rating. Austin says not round 1, just Ronda. You think this gets out of the first round? That'd be crazy. I mean, one of the only reasons Ronda won is because of these part-time soccer moms were not used to Ronda's pressure, even though her striking was trash. And then Ronda's not used to any kind of full-time professional fighters giving her pressure like Holly or Nunes. But Gina's going to give the same kind of pressure. Unless Ronda has also completely just totally changed her game, but I mean, she's, from everything we've seen, maybe she's gotten 100% better, and that's still close to bottom of the barrel. They say, like, women's bantamweight champion as if there weren't, like, 8 people in the division. Most of them part-time soccer moms. So cringe. She thinks this is the greatest MMA fight of all time. Krokop Fader was the fight of the century. This is a fight that a lot of people outside of the US probably have no idea is even happening. Krokop Fader was an international fight. I mean, every single Brock Lesnar fight was bigger than this, and it didn't even have prestige. I mean, this isn't even top 100 biggest fights. Maybe not, probably not even top 200. It's not even the biggest female fight. Carano Cyborg was bigger than this, I think, in terms of hype, but we'll have the numbers. Although the numbers are going to be kind of hard to compare, but we'll find out what the numbers are. But GINA Cyborg was huge. Austin says Nunes Cyborg was big. I don't think that was anywhere near as big as GINA Cyborg. Cyborg was so old by then. She was that good performing art? At what? Beating up soccer moms and having the worst striking ever and being a one-trick pony against a division with 8 people? These guys are such goofs. Also not true. Dana tried to get GINA during the Cyborg fight and have a women's division for GINA. Everybody conveniently leaves that out. Mauro Ranallo should know better. He actually usually does his research. Google AI doesn't know it because the numbers aren't in yet. Do they have the numbers live right now? How many people are watching on Netflix right this second? Look at all those empty seats at the top. The whole top 3/4 of the arena is empty. Man, Ronda's ugly. No offense. Nate Diaz is pretty fugly, too. Why does Ronda look so weird? It's like the petulant child look, but like with a bunch of weirdness added. That's so weird on how they keep talking about how they're making... Look at how empty the arena is. All those lights are empty seats. Look at that. Look at the empty seats. Why did they light up the seats so you could easily see that they're empty? That's weird. They should have left them dark. Did anybody bet on Ronda during the Nunes fight? That'd be hilarious. Like, how could anybody think Ronda was going to beat Nunes? Yeah, so she is 5'6". She was listed as 5'7" everywhere. She's obviously not 5'7". Flatman B saying Ronda looking crazy goofy, yeah. I mean, she's definitely got the dumbest face of any fighter. Why does she look so weird? She looks even weirder than usual than in her other fights. Icon of what? Beating up soccer moms? The icon of fraud? How come all these other fighters can look at least semi-normal, but Ronda can't? Like, look how normal Gina looks. What? God bless both of you? What the? That's kind of weird. Does he usually say that? I don't think I've ever heard that before. Didn't he used to say, let's get it on, or something like that? What? Oh, there's the shot. What the heck? That was weird. Even Gina can't stop laughing. Let's watch the replay before we decide whether that looked fixed or not. That was kind of weird. She tapped so quick. Like, she didn't even try to roll out. Was that scripted for the big payday? Austin MP says, that definitely fixed. That's why they waited so long on promos. I want to see the replay, though, because I want to see what happened in the first... Like, what was Gina doing in the first second? Because if she didn't even attempt to do anything... That's pretty much the only thing I could have anticipated to point it to being scripted. Because if they were throwing hard, like, you can't guarantee that wouldn't result in a knockout. This is like the only possible way it could be scripted, because why would they take unnecessary shots? Did Gina really put on the performance, or did they tell Gina what was going on right before the fight? Because I don't think she could have lied that much. If there was gonna be a fix, and did they just tell her right before the fight? And they probably would not have told Ronda. But where's the replay? It's almost like Gina... Okay. She did throw a strike. How did... She didn't even try to roll out. What the heck? Not even for a half a second did she try to roll. I don't even know what to think about that. Your boy says 100% fixed. I'm not even sure. That was so weird. I want to see another replay. Because if they were really slugging it out like Holm and Rousey, like, that's kind of hard to say that's fixed, because you never know who's going to get knocked out. Okay, so Gina has been training armbar escapes for decades now. Your boy says no attempt to stop the takedown or sweep. She took the dive. It looked weird. It definitely looked weird on the takedown. Gina offered no resistance. Even that first punch had nothing on it. Your boy says she fed the arm after one elbow. She did kind of leave it there. She didn't even grasp her arms. It's kind of weird. Flatman B says, I'm disgusted. What is even happening? Austin MP says, could Ronda beat Khabib? That's the question. That was so weird. That was one of the only results I didn't see happening unless it was fixed. Are they not going to show another replay? Okay. Oh, so she did throw a low kick, but that low kick had nothing on it. Did Gina just decide right here she doesn't want to take damage and that's it? Why is her second arm nowhere near her first arm? So she does turn slightly to try to get out of it, but it looks like, call me crazy, it looks like Ronda was close to max leverage there already at that angle. Yo, boy, can you clarify that? Was that max leverage? She was cranked so far back. I don't know. And the pressure looked on the shoulder more than the elbow. Justin Johnson says, brought to you by Jake Paul says, see, all the other fights looked legit, though. All the other fights looked really legit. Normally what you would do, you would grab your own arm to prevent that. She had to have trained a lot of that. Not to mention slide down and turn more, possibly take the shoulder dislocation, but what else is Ronda going to do at that point? Maybe shoulder dislocate the other one if she can get it. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not 100% convinced it was fixed. But I don't, it was very weird. Why would Carano throw a zero power kick opening herself up for the take? That's kind of weird. I mean, even Holly didn't do that. Justin Johnson says, would you legitimately get my ass kicked for millions? Well, yeah. But the fact that it happened like that, it's highly suspect for sure. Unless, see, Gina's not dumb though, so it seems like fix is more likely. Why would she throw a no power leg kick opening herself up for the take? Like, she basically gave Ronda the takedown. Unless she was that overconfident she wanted to be on the ground. And your boy, was that max crank on the armbar? That looked max crank. It looks like a shoulder dislocation would have been the worst thing that happened and she could have continued fighting. Your boy, comment. What do you got there? But on the other hand, if you just want a quick payday, why would you fight for more than 5 seconds? And that goes for both of them, if they both just want the quick payday. If the fight was just 10 seconds longer, it would seem like it would not be fixed. Alright, nobody cares. What is Gina gonna say? Man, that arena is empty. Your boy says, sorry, Bruce, missed what you said. Why would Gina throw a zero power leg kick giving her the takedown? Furthermore, was that armbar looked like it was at max crank, meaning Rousey could not have leveraged further, meaning there was not going to be an elbow break. Worst case, it would have been a shoulder dislocation and Gina could have kept fighting. She didn't even try. She just tapped right there. Was that armbar at max crank? Your boy said she fed her the arm. That's what it looked like, but was it at max crank nonetheless? Like, could Ronda have leveraged further in that position? I'm not sure. That looked like that GSP Mayhem Miller situation. Your boy says that was a fix that wasn't even cranked at all. She was leaned back, though. Can we tell it was a fix from Jake Paul's face? I'm not sure. I don't see... I'm not sure. Legendary great Travis Brown? What? Most people don't even know who that is. That doesn't mean you forget how to sprawl. I mean, was that just a... Did she just space out? All of it was weird. From giving her the kick to not trying to prevent the armbar and then tapping immediately without a fight. I think the old Gina would have been pretty disappointed in this. The Gina that fought Cyborg would not have tapped. Well, she would have done everything different, but... Your boy says it almost looked like Ronda apologized for elbowing her right in. Jake Paul's standing right there. Do something. You would think the muscle memory would have kicked in for the sprawl, though. I mean, she had to have been training that all day. I don't know, man. I don't know. Is that a fix or not? The other fights definitely did not look fixed. People were taking damage. Your boy said there was zero footwork, all those fluid hip movements, all the nice foot placements, and then she just plotted. Yeah, this is like shades of Mike Tyson, who just all of a sudden come fight night, he has zero footwork. Like, there's something called muscle memory. Like, you don't just lose that. That did look really weird. Look, that arena was empty. Austin MP says, thanks for the stream. I don't know if it's fixed. Ronda had a grappling advantage, but it was sus how it happened quickly. Not just how quick, but specifically what Gina did and didn't do. Because potentially she still could have got armbarred, obviously. But at least, like, put up some kind of fight. Like, I don't think Ronda's stronger than Gina. So, and even if she were, even a weaker opponent could put up a better fight, and has. Worse opponents have put up better fights, I guess, in non-fixed fight. I mean, this is kind of shady. I don't know. It was just weird enough to potentially not be fixed. Ronda did hit her a couple times before the armbar. So it looked like Ronda was flat on her back, and there's no more. She could not have pulled more. All right, I'm gonna bring up the clip right now. This is from a cage. I just found this. This is cage side video. It's a little bit closer to the action. It was actually just long enough to possibly not be fixed. Let's see this here. So this looks like it's from a cell phone camera of somebody sitting cage side. So let's see this here. From this angle, it's potentially long enough to not be fixed. Let's look at this. Actually, technically, that was like a kick right in the groin. But that was weird. Okay, hold on. So she's coming out here. Why? I don't understand why. So, did she just really anticipate that Ronda Rousey was going to feel her out on the feet for a while? Your boy says, look, doesn't react at all. Yeah. You would think she would have sprawled right here. I mean, she's in the middle of a kick, but she could still back her other foot. She does nothing here. Look, she went limp. She just went completely limp. This is weird. Why didn't she slide out her right foot and drop her weight down? Or circle around? She went completely limp right there. Unless, I mean, she's not even really going for the guillotine, though. Like, she's not cranking the guillotine. I wish that stupid text wasn't there, but she's not really cranking. She's holding, but not cranking. Okay, now she's... Actually, are her hands linked up? She might be going for a guillotine there. Did she really think she was going to guillotine Ronda Rousey? Your boy says, looks like a Fed kick. Ronda has never shot a single or a double ever. Austin says, kick is a terrible idea for someone you know doesn't want to strike. Your boy says, it looks like a Fed kick. Ronda has never shot. Yeah. Boris says, I think Gina has talked about how she struggled with anxiety. I don't think it was fixed. Just low fight IQ on Gina's part. She panicked and threw a low kick and gifted Ronda the takedown. I'm not sure there was panic. Look how composed she was here. This isn't panic. She looks composed. It looks like for whatever reason, she assumed Ronda was going to stay on the feet for a while. But as soon as Ronda drops here, Gina has zero reaction. Did she just freeze deer in the headlights? Maybe. Did she think the fight was really over right in this moment right here? I mean, she does look a little upset there. Why didn't she circle back and pick her apart? I don't know. But she just went limp. The way she went limp there was a little weird. Now she's grabbing the guillotine. She might have... I can't tell if she's got her own hands linked up to crank the guillotine. She might, maybe. And then she just lets it go. Pillow fist, pillow fist. And Ronda's already in mount. Then she knows she's going to transition to armbar. And here's where there's a couple things Gina could have done. Gina could have grabbed her own hand right here. And then turned out she does not grab her own hand, which is weird. It's almost like she's getting ready to tap right there, right? Now watch the crank here. So now, look, Ronda has nowhere to pull. I mean, she can move Gina's arm more to her own right side and crank further. That's not going to break the elbow. There's almost nowhere to go here. Gina could have continued rolling out and taken a shoulder dislocation. I think she could beat Ronda with one arm. Your boy says she fed the arm. She never even tried to hip buck once or connect her own hand. Yeah, she also didn't try to connect her. It's very suspect. Your boy says she threw out a 1/8 power kick and held it there. A Muay Thai fighter knows how to snap back. Yeah, the muscle memory would still be there. Flatman B says, unbelievable. Flatman B says, what an insult to my intelligence. Boris says, Gina looked relieved after the fight ended. Yeah, this is high, unless we're gonna say Gina just really spaced out. Well, that would be the fluke, right? The 1% I was talking about, if it's not fixed. I don't get that first kick at all. Why didn't she circle? Why did she plow right in? That doesn't make any sense. And then she goes limp here. No sprawl. No maneuver, circle maneuver to the side. Just nothing. And other than this guillotine. This guillotine's the only thing that's preventing me from thinking this is 100% fixed at the moment. This guillotine is the only plausibility. Because look, it looks like she's actually trying to get it right here. And then is Ronda breaking it? The ref's foot's in the way. It looked like, I can't tell. Okay, it almost looks like Gina just let it go, right? Look at how Gina just let it go. She gives her the takedown. And the guillotine's not real until right here. Right here, it looks like it could be real. And then, is Ronda that strong to just break the grip from that angle? I'm not sure. Right here, Gina just lets go. And now you know Ronda's setting up the arm. That punch had no power, so you know nothing's going on here. Now here, this is the moment right here. Why is Gina's left arm nowhere? Yeah, she gave that to her. Unless you're saying Gina just totally spaced out. Your boy says, watch Gina's legs. She never even lifted legs or hips to try to land it. Yeah. The only way this is not fixed is if Gina just completely spaced out. Your boy says Ronda would have to overhook the arm to behind the shoulder to get leverage. Yeah, but she wasn't doing that. She does. Gina turns for like a half a second and then taps. Yeah, Ronda would have to move, do something, but she wasn't. She was just cranking straight, which would not have broke anything at that angle. Which was kind of weird. That also points to fix, right? Because Ronda could have... You would think Ronda could have set that up a little bit different to get a better position to actually break her elbow if she wanted to. I don't know. I don't know. Flatman B says, I would refuse to lose that easily. Come on, man. Justin says, all sports are sus in my book. Your boy says, Justin Johnson says, it looks like 6 toes. It does, kind of. What the heck? I don't know. That was really weird for sure. Really weird for sure. All right. Well, I don't know what to think about that. I don't know what to think about that. The guillotine is the only thing preventing me from completely ruling it a fix. I guess if Gina completely just spaced out and forgot everything, I mean, I guess that could happen, right? That was the 1%. I gave this 99% to Gina, 1% to Ronda. Was that a space out by Gina? She just spaced out? I don't know. I don't know. But if you did want an easy fight, I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll examine more of this, I guess, tomorrow and afterwards. Thanks again, everybody, for joining us on this Fight Companion. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, signing off. Catch you guys next time.